Okay. Kate Thornborg, what's up? Darth Revan, hello. Robbie Zard. I believe that's Zard. But anyways, what's up? Vicer Fortnite, what's up? Mike reacts to music, hello. Hey, I owe you, Capaccio, seems legit. Welcome everyone. Welcome to the stream. Pretty interesting to say the least, actually. We're gonna be trying a couple things. We're going to be trying a couple things this stream while we cover all this. But hey, 10% chance for tornadoes down near Nebraska and Kansas. Dawn Bittner, what's up? Welcome. I haven't seen you in a bit. Nice to see you around. Live in Kansas, as there's going to be some storms. Depending upon where you live in Kansas. Yes. Depending upon where, though. Depending upon where. Yeah, we're going to be trying some stuff today, as well as covering all of this, so. But yeah, 10% chance for tornadoes. Really interesting to say the least. I kind of agree with it to an extent, but my goodness. And then a 30% chance for hail and significant risk there too. But the supercells yesterday were insane. Yeah, I didn't stream it all too much. But yeah, they were pretty insane, I gotta admit. Council Grove. Okay, give me a couple seconds. Do a forecast for you. Council Grove, you will quite possibly see some sort of thunderstorm. You might. It won't be as large of a risk as it is in other areas, but definitely something to keep in mind there as I continue to move on through. How's Michigan look, or Illinois? Let's actually take a look at that real quick. We'll take a look and see the severe thunderstorm warning that's actually over Chicago right now, so that's really nice. Some stuff could get interesting in parts of Minnesota later tonight. Maybe there could possibly be something in and around there. Is Arkansas good? Yep, today Arkansas is definitely good. They might get some sort of scattered storms, but quite honestly, Arkansas should theoretically be fine. Can you check Winchester, Indiana? I sure can, Sauce Boss. Winchester, Indiana. Probably won't get anything until tomorrow, in my honest opinion. They might get some scattered thunderstorms today, but in my honest opinion, they probably won't get as much as you will see tomorrow. So keep in mind for that. You guys might actually get a worse risk tomorrow than today. Cristobal's still holding on. It kind of is. It kind of is. Man, Hatton, Kansas, they're more likely to get something, in my honest opinion. So, how is Lincoln, Nebraska looking right now? Lincoln's kind of doing its own thing. It's nothing's in that general vicinity right now, but they'll be getting something later on. All right, later on the evening it'll start to ramp up. So this is more. The beginning of the stream, as you guys know, we talk about the risks and what all could possibly be happening tonight, as well as forecasts. I do want to mention real quick, chat. You guys can't see it, but over there in the corner is all of my components for my computer, and I'm currently building it. I took a break. I assembled a lot of the stuff already. All I need to do is assemble the power supply, and then I'll be able to get that up and running for you all. Be able to have my own separate computer doing its own little thing. And then, yeah, it'd be pretty fun that way. Garden needs the rain. Fresh of the garden, fresh food. Oh, yeah. You guys might get something later in the week, but that's kind of questionable too, Dawn, so. But other than that, nothing really too much for you guys. You're in Newark, Nebraska. Well, you might want to monitor all this. You got some scattered storms right now. You're on the edge of the enhanced risk in Zanesville, Ohio tomorrow. Oh, yeah. You guys might actually get the enhanced risk extended over towards you. And you might actually have more of a 5. If you're not in a 5%, you'll probably get it tomorrow as well. So, bunch of stuff across the board. Not sure. Yeah, I think there could still be some stuff. 20 name storms is not unreasonable. I think that's definitely something that people could look out for. First tornado watch in 2 years. Oh boy. Actually, real quickly, let's go into the this is the alpha testing or beta testing, either or. Brad Arnold himself said he thinks there could be at least one EF2 tornado could happen today. Do I agree? Quite possibly. It could, but it's not the typical strong setup that you would have for supercells. It's more of these like popcorn cells that I keep mentioning. So yeah. Could Bellevue, Nebraska see a tornado? You got family over there? I sure can forecast for you all. See if you guys could possibly get something. That's not what I wanted. Internet was out this morning. Oh yeah, internet seems to be kind of dead across the board. All right. You guys could see something, but nothing really too much. Can we check Atlanta? I saw that there was actually a severe thunderstorm over there, but it's not anything to nothing really of interest in my honest opinion. We'll take a look at that with a radar scope for you. That's not what I wanted. There we go. So here's Atlanta. Atlanta is all the way over here. Here's the severe thunderstorm. Moving just to the south of Athens. A lot of lightning with this, but the hail is not really too much. And if we go over to the velocities aren't that much either. So definitely nothing really too much. Just a bunch of scattered storms near and around Atlanta. So yeah. Is GR2 worth it, or should you stick with the radar scope? Personally, this is coming from me. I love GR2 Analyst. I love it. If you can understand how to use all the different components, like how I will be showing you guys. Typically, I show you guys, all the components in my prior streams. But if you even watch through the stream today and just kind of look at what all I'm using and understand what I'm looking for and what stuff I'm using, they will be worth it in the long run, especially since there isn't another weather program that does 3D imagery like GR2. So keep that in mind as well for your purchase. The 3D imagery actually is kind of worth it in my opinion. We should see a bunch of tornadoes today with that 8%. Oh, of course. Maybe. Tornado watch indeed. And speaking of which, I've got a let's test the let's beta test or alpha test, either or. So let's go over here. We'll alpha test this thing. Boom. So we got alpha test. Which is honestly not all that bad. So, not bad here. I'll let this loop. I'll actually go over here and then I'll let it loop. It's still a work in progress. It's still a work in progress, guys, but we're getting stuff in and around. There we go. And then what I'll be doing actually is I'll have that loop in the background. So whenever I'm actually talking about stuff on the computer, I'll actually have the radar up above us. I'll have the radar looping just so if anything happens, not only can I look, but you guys can look too. You know, and I can still do whatever I want to do in and around this. So pretty cool with that. And then also, if I just wanted to do regular stuff, I could just do this too. Still talk about stuff across the board and have the stuff in the bottom. So pretty nice, pretty nice. Nicholas Driver, what's up? Craig Carlberg, hello. How much is GR2 Analyst? GR2 Analyst is $250. But it is well worth it, in my honest opinion. You should have merch saying seems legit. You betcha we're probably going to get some of that soon. But, yeah, all sorts of stuff that I'm going to be trying to incorporate. This is a lot of testing right now. For the ticker, are you copying and pasting it? Watches the warning information being taken somewhere. So right now, I'm copying and pasting the stuff to a text file. But I'm working on a program to where it will automatically update whenever there is new watches. This ticker will always be for watches. So it'll be tornado watches and severe thunderstorm watches, hurricane watches, and tropical storm watches. And that'll really be it for that. But, yeah, that's what we're going to do there. And then below the ticker, I'm going to have another program to where it will give live analysis of, or live observations of specific cities. That will be going on through, we'll have, maybe 4 or 5, something like that. It'll be pretty cool. So, we got that going on. Moving the time over a little bit. Oh, I can't. It's locked. Give me a second. Ugh. There we go. Close enough. There's the time. So now it's working. It's doing its own little thing. So yeah, pretty cool, pretty cool. We'll have our own graphics going on and around. It'll be pretty fun. Yeah, nothing really too much to say about that. Hey, you know, you got rain from the hurricane got in Minnesota, Steele County. Oh, you guys could probably get some more rain from the tropical storm later. Pivotal weather, the NAM 3K and the ARRR are showing plenty of shear within 50 knots and isolated 80 to 90 knots. To the west of it, activated, should be pretty big day. In your honest opinion, with the Cape, etc. I mean, the shear is okay. The shear is good enough for a 10%. The cap isn't really, or the Cape isn't really anything too special in my honest opinion, but no, it's doing stuff. It is definitely doing stuff to say the least. So, yeah, all sorts of cells here that we're focusing on, and even then, this layout it'll be different too, so that I'll have ones where it's similar to this, except this might actually have a you know, like a live shot of whatever. You know, say we're talking about tornadoes and we get live imagery of, you know, a tornado up there, something like that. You know, be pretty cool. Be pretty cool. But I just think, I like this. All right, I like it a lot. Change my name seems legit. I think the hook is forming east of the severe warning in Nebraska. I mean, it quite possibly could be. There is definitely some sort of gusting nature with this storm just to the north and west of Lincoln. There isn't really anything forming as of right now. So let's go over the actual risks. Let's start forecasting this event, shall we? And we'll forecast other events as well. Thoughts for St. Louis, Missouri. Several peeps say several quick hitting spin ups. So, what's your honest opinion? You could, but it's honestly not really going to be all as large as people say it is. There's definitely going to be a bunch of different supercells, or not supercells, just popcorn cells that could possibly produce these quick spin ups. But other than that, you know, be pretty interesting. You're the first weather streamer to have a setup like this from what you've seen. David incorporated his yesterday. Although I actually had a sneak peek of what this looked like, what I'm using prior to him revealing. I actually had no idea that he had something, but I've been working on this for quite some time, and we'll see. We'll see what else we can get out of it, what programs we can do to make it look better for you all. Because in the end, it's just fan appeal, make it look appeasing for you all, so that you guys can actually, get as much information as possible. Especially since down there is all the watches and stuff, so it actually tells people the specifics and what all they could be seeing. For instance, scattered large hail and isolated very large hail events to 3 inches in diameter likely, scattered damaging wind gusts to 70 miles per hour possible. So, boom. It'll be doing its own stuff, but this is just beta testing. Beta testing and or alpha testing, beta testing. We'll get more stuff added on as it goes on, and we'll make the full transfer, especially when we get our new computer up and running. But as of right now...
Police! Police! Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
Let's see those biceps, hockeyman.
It actually still kind of has a little bit of bicep, but it's not really anything too special right now. Still an arch. There's still an egg. Still an egg, to say the least. But Nicholas, nice to see you back, I gotta say. So yeah. That's the fan appeal. We'll get to that as the streams continue to go on more and more. We'll actually do more coverage with all this. We'll do more coverage with those scenes as well. And then eventually, as it moves on through, we'll make the full transition. Needs work? Yeah, of course it needs work. I haven't done anything. As a matter of fact, I actually gotta... What I'm probably gonna do is I probably gotta go to the doctor soon, because whenever I, move around, there's, this pain in my back. It's, near my shoulder blade, but it's not from my shoulder blade. And, it's actually kind of... It's very strange. Very strange, to say the least. But let's forecast this event, shall we? We'll go with the 10% first, and then we'll move on through. So, HRRR says that discrete cells form. They'll start to form in about 40 minutes. So, we still got plenty of time, until stuff actually starts to ramp up. But, across the board, it's still pretty interesting, to say the least. Definitely going to monitor this. Definitely. What do the new soundings actually say from the storm? Stewie Griffin, what's up? Oh, yeah. It still shows some really interesting photographs. Yep. Not a lot of capping. Pretty nice helicity. Pretty nice mixing. Yeah, I'd say this is pretty interesting. This is going to get pretty interesting for the 10%. Would not be surprised if something tries to go. And even then, further up north, as these cells continue to move on through, there's just going to be a lot of different cells that could possibly go tornadic. Especially this one cell. This one cell just goes out and has this really nice photograph, and eventually it gets even better. So, I mean... Pretty interesting, to say the least, must say. Then you need to go to Pennsylvania and make you go to the gym. We could have a gym stream for your biceps. Seems legit. Do you think Louisiana will get hit badly tonight? Nope, I do not believe so. Almost 10,000 woofs? Yeah, I know. If you told me that this was gonna do all this, then the woof command would actually get up that high. I would think you'd be lying. Just don't say the B word yet. Even though it's a 10%, the event hasn't even happened yet. The event has not even happened yet, and you're saying the B word. That's nice. Well, let's hope to God that chaos doesn't ensue, because whenever someone says the word bust in my stream, it usually means that stuff gets bad. And it's whenever the stuff happens prior to the actual event. So, chaos is there. Biceps is the B word. No, it is not. Bust is the B word. And we cannot have that word continue to move on through. B word triggers me. I agree. Better not be an EF6 near Lincoln. Someone said bust and Easter happened. That's the thing, too. Someone did say that. And then it happened. No, the event hasn't happened, but I really do not think... I really do think not that much is going to happen. I mean, that's honest opinion. If you said bust, it will turn into El Reno. My God. It better not. Honestly, better not. Hashtag Nate and Morgan. We might. Maybe later on. Right now, nothing's happening, but whenever stuff starts to ramp up, he might come on. There's actually a severe thunderstorm warning in Ohio right now. For Dayton, of all places. So that's pretty interesting. Just for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Cells exploding right now in that 10% over the last 3 scans. There's going to be a bunch of them that do that, to be completely honest with you. Would not be surprised, to say the least. Let's go a bit more localized, shall we? There we go. We can actually see what all is happening in this area. There could be something trying to initiate right on the border. There could be. New thing, no native streaming a hurricane. Every time someone says the B word, a hurricane goes up a category. Honestly, that's probably what's going to happen. Probably what's going to happen. Hopefully no tornadoes. I agree. If there were to not be tornadoes, that'd be amazing. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be a lot of capping inversion out in front of this, so definitely something to where the cells are going to start firing off real soon. Dews in the upper 60s, too. Oh my God, again.
Police! Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
$1 for every month I have been watching you.
Peace. 1012 YT. Thank you for the $2 super chat. My goodness, my friend. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Dryland came through El Reno this morning. Winds 50 with 1 mile visibility of dust. Oof. That's crazy. That is indeed crazy. Oh, another one. Oh, another one. Oh, another one. No.
Police! Help! Help! Police!
Anish Patel with the $2 super chat. My goodness. Thank you for the donation, my friend. I really do appreciate that. I actually do. I love the $2. I'm not joking, you all. I'd rather get a $2 donation than a $50 donation. I told you all before, and I'm telling you all this now. I would rather take the small donations rather than the larger ones. Oh my...
Police! Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
Your biceps are busted.
Nicholas Ricer with the $2 super chat. My goodness, thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate that. I really do. So yeah, bunch of stuff happening here across the board. Let's see what the NAM actually says. What does the NAM 3K say? What does it do? It says that cells form. That's really it. Or at least a line forms. Oh my god.
Police! Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
Another one.
Andrew Cote with the $2 super chat. My goodness. Y'all are going mental, I gotta say. I mean, I swear. But no, seriously though, to all the people who have donated, I really gotta say, thank you so much for the $2 super chats. You guys are crazy. I hope you know that. Oh my. There's literally another one.
Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
Mine as well do another.
Peace 1012. What the?
Police!
What?
Police!
What?
Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
By protein.
Nicholas Ricer and Peace. What the? What the?
Police!
What is this?
Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
Last one.
Okay, okay. Love of God. Thank you for.
Police!
What?
Help! Police!
What is going on?
Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
Keep up the awesome work.
I can't keep up. Alright, Anish Patel, Nicholas Ricer, and Peace 1012 YT, all with $2 super chats. My goodness, you guys are going absolutely mental. And then Joshua Sandine with the $2 super chat. My goodness. Oh my.
Police!
What is going on?
Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
Another one.
You're telling me? You're telling me? Andrew, what?
Police! Police! Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
Maybe it's the last one.
Maybe it's the last one. Michael Lahr and Andrew Cote with the $2 super chat. My goodness. You guys are mental. Oh.
Police! Police! Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
Popo is back.
Seems legit. What? What?
Police! Help! Police! Help!
Nothing really is happening in Georgia
Dance for
chat.
us.
Dance for you all. I mean, I might have to now, but that's kind of sounds pretty lewd if I do say so myself. But my goodness. Nicholas Ricer and Anish Patel with a...
Police! Police!
What's going on?
Police! Police! Help!
Nothing's happening in Georgia. This is Georgia.
Police!
Here's Atlanta.
Last one, I promise.
All right. Nicholas Reiser, Anish Patel, and Peace 1012 YT. Thank you for the $2 super chats. Another one. Another one. And another one. My God. Anyways. Sells across the board. Really one of those things to where you could see some spotty hail, maybe some gusty winds, no tornadoes. I don't anticipate any tornadoes in that. So,
Police!
are you kidding me? What is going on?
Police! Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
Push-ups for us.
I might do some push-ups. I gotta dance and I gotta do push-ups, actually. My goodness. Should we save that for after the stream or should we do that now, chat? That's the real question. That is the real question. But Andrew Cote with the $2 super chat. My goodness. You guys have gone mental here today. I'm gonna look back at this stream and be like, I couldn't even speak. But anyways, let's actually try and forecast this event. Now, I'm hearing you all say now. Afterwards. A lot of you guys are saying now. Alright, now it is. Let's see. Should we do the push-ups or the dancing first? The push-ups or the dancing? Let you guys decide that. He forces me to donate all your money. No, I don't. No, I don't. Oh my God.
Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
Gavin Nelson with the $5 super chat. My goodness, what are you all doing? Push-ups. Do it when we get 1,000 woofs. Okay, that's actually not a bad idea. Honestly, it's not a bad idea. No one blocked your messages, Dante. My goodness. But anyways.
Police!
Oh my God. What is going on?
Police! Help! Police!
You guys are saying push-ups. Yeah, we'll do push-ups.
Help! Police!
You're getting closer to getting your new computer.
Actually, hold that thought, Joshua. First off, thank you for the $5 super chat. I'll put that into actual, I'll put that towards, my upgrading for my computer. But here's the thing, chat. I'll bring it over to you guys. Here's the computer, people. Here is the computer.
Police!
Here it is.
Police! Help!
What?
Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
Here is Juni PD, no B words please.
What just happened? What even is ARS? I don't even know that currency. Let's look it up, chat. What is... Oh, Argentine peso. Alright. That is, that is quite some, woof. Well, anyways, focus with the 200 Argentine peso super chat. My goodness. I really do appreciate it. I really do. Thank you so much. I don't care how much money it is. It's a donation nevertheless, unless if it's like, you know, actually a bunch of money. Then that's not nice. But you guys are crazy. I hope you guys know that. No one's spamming here. They're trying to get the exclamation point woof command. Remember, exclamation point woof in the chat for you all. That will be when that stuff goes on. So, my goodness, you guys are going crazy. Hope you guys know that. You have love from all over the world? Oh, I try to share my love all over the world. It's accessible to you all. Try to share my passion for weather. So if you guys, you guys enjoy it, feel free to stick around. Love having, people to talk to. Love to have people to talk to. All right, I want to take a look at rap analysis from this. My goodness, chat is just going mental. I mean, woof. I said woof. That's hilarious. Yeah, there are actually some cells that form out with the wrap. No discrete ones. No discrete ones, but there are actually some that form. 964 times. Oh boy. We're getting up there, chat. This actually has a pretty interesting autograph. As I said, something's going to get pretty... it's going to get pretty interesting over in the 10% risk over in Nebraska. I think Nebraska... I'd say Lincoln, Nebraska should possibly just monitor this for quite some time. It probably should. It's probably a good idea. Think of how much better woof would be if it was biceps instead. Okay, fine. I'll create a command after the stream. If one of you guys remind me to do it after the stream, I will for sure do it, and it will be an exclamation point lowercase biceps. You happy? But yeah, 10% chance tornadoes, 30% hatched. Down and around those areas. Definitely something to keep in mind there, especially if you live in Lincoln and Beatrice in Nebraska. So. I don't care how much money it is or how little money it is. It's a donation nevertheless, and I do appreciate it. So I'm quite happy, quite happy. Want to see a tornado? I mean, don't we all, from a research perspective, don't we all? Oh god, it's getting up to 1,000. It's getting up to 1,000. It's at 982. What I probably should do, so I should probably, here, I'll go over here, go to Nightbot. Nightbot commands, load in, log in with YouTube. Yeah, we're getting there, 986. This is starting to get pretty interesting. But anyways, let's continue to look on through. Yeah, just a bunch of cells out in general. You can definitely see some large hail, and the reason why I say you could possibly see some large hail is because if we take a look at the hail, the situation out here, a large dry area going up to 700 millibars, which is around 3 kilometers up above the surface. So, definitely something to where if you see that in the sounding, you can expect some large hail in and around there. And even if it isn't, even if you just see like this little, here, I'll show you guys. Even if you see just like a little spike right here, this spike could actually go further out. If you see that, that's when it starts to get pretty interesting. So, my goodness, the cooldown is supposed to be for 5 seconds, so you can only use the command every 5 seconds. That's mental. All right, well, We're at 996. Oh my. The command went backwards. It went backwards. I'm not joking you. You broke down. Oh boy, there it is. 1,000 times. Woof. Alright, well, a deal's a deal. Said we would. Said we would. 10,000 next? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Alright. Somebody said for me to do what? Push-ups first? We were going to do push-ups first. So we shall. So we shall. Now I'm gonna ping you. Jeez. Alright. How many push-ups should we do? And we're not gonna do anything over 20. Anything over 25. Actually, let's just do 25. 25 sounds good. Back in my days, in my actual hockey days, 25 wasn't really a lot. But now, since I haven't really done anything because of quarantine, stuff really does its own thing. Alright? I gotta stretch. Alright, we're doing push-ups. 25 of them. This is very hard to get my grip. Mainly because of how flimsy the actual bed is. So actually, I'm going to just knuckle them. We'll do it that way. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, you guys can't actually see if I actually touch the ground. I feel like that's not really fair. Here, we'll do it this way then. It'll be very difficult for me to like try not to stay over the edge, but 5, 6. And my bed isn't long enough, so it's gonna be very difficult for me to actually show you guys. You know what? You guys are just gonna have to take my word that I'm actually not touching the bottom. Alright? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. This is very difficult, chat. Way back when, I used to be able to do it with ease, but now, very difficult for me to do. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. This is so difficult, chat. I gotta say. I don't know why, but my shoulder is killing me again. I might actually have to go to the chiropractor. Might actually. 21, 22, 23. 2 more, chat. Get some height. 24, 25. There we go. Ow. Literally, right back here, I've been having issues for the past, what? I think it's a week now, maybe 2 weeks. Right back here, I've been having some issues in my shoulder. I don't know why. I don't know why. We'll dance later. I don't know, but literally, I've been having some issues in my shoulder for quite some time, and I might actually have to go to the doctor for that. But way back when I actually played hockey, wasn't actually, like, it would be pretty easy. Right now, nope. Pretty difficult. Especially since I haven't really done anything since hockey season. I mean, I did stuff for tennis, but meh. He's going to be sore tomorrow. I'm always sore, to be quite honest with you. To be quite honest with you. If you guys don't mind, I actually might have to go downstairs. Get some lemonade. Why'd you hump your bed, man? Oh boy. You donated to see this? Premium content right here. Make sure you drink a protein shake and take your PCAs. It's a push-up, not a bend-up. What the heck is going on? I don't know. No, don't do what Antonio said. I won't even entertain that. Anyways, there's some general popcorn cells that have been developing. I mentioned that there would be something that would be developing along the border of Nebraska and Kansas. And indeed, right in around there, you know, definitely could see something. Lemonade is a lot of sugars, true, but let's put it this way. I'm addicted to lemonade. That I can say. Can you finish your brother? No, he's sick today. So, I actually was taking care of him for the longest time. When it comes down to it, I'm a decent human being. Besides me launching sticks at him like a javelin. I'll get some lemonade. I'll be back in a second. Say 2 seconds. Chat, I honestly need my own refrigerator.
Here we go.
Oh my goodness. Weather and Nature, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. Why you guys... Bruh. Why are y'all saying that I was humping my bed? You guys said for me to do push-ups. I told you, it's very difficult for me to show you that I'm actually doing push-ups, but... I did. Did them fair and square. Let's see. Bunch of little popcorn cells. I wouldn't be surprised if stuff starts to form from this, though. I wouldn't.
Police! Police! Help! Police! Help! Police! Help!
My arms are noodles, chat.
Police!
I hope you know.
Let's see if he gets back by the time this shows up.
Haha. Didn't play your game there. Peace 1012 YT with the $2 super chat. My goodness. Thank you so much, though, to all the people who actually have subscribed, you know, like, donated and stuff like that. You know, we really do appreciate it. But anyways, we'll continue to move on through. We'll do as much as we can. By the way, Nate trying to get a bicep. That's literally my my Twitch. God. I will say, we'll go back over here real quick. The actual radar up there will be there permanently, I believe. I think. Yeah, it'll be there permanently. Mainly just because of the fact that this will be on a different computer, and the other thing will be in another computer. So pretty interesting to say the least. Pretty interesting to say the least. Thanks, Reed Timmer. I really do appreciate it. I don't know if you're the real Reed Timmer or the fake one, which is the reason why I'm kind of mixed. But you know what? It is what it is. He might be out in the field today, so who knows? Come in!
Mom just got home and she wants to talk to you.
Sounds about right. Do you have all the parts to your new PC? Yeah, I do. I do. That'll be actually, well, not all the parts, but I've got all the necessary parts for it to function. So. We'll just loop it for now. I guess. But anyways. We've made it back alive. We have made it back alive, chat. Let us see. You misread Timmer, he was here. Did I really? Did I really? Well, anyways, has anything really happened?
Do I have any of your paperwork that is important that needs to go back in the box? What's in the box?
I believe the paperwork's downstairs.
Go get it. Bring it up here.
Of course. Tells me to go get it even after he comes on. Fine.
Once we're done using it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's important.
Alright, give me a second.
Everything work out okay at the DMV though, huh?
Yes, I got my trial license.
Good deal. I'm happy for you. Oh, can I credit card on my table? Deal. Oh yeah. Put your bank card in your wallet.
Well, you did say.
No, I said that you should. Well, what would you do?
Okay. We're back. Thank God. Finally!
Police!
Oh my God.
Police! Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
Andrew Cote with the $1 super chat. My goodness. Y'all are going mental, aren't you? Well, anyways, let's continue to try and look at this, see across the board as to what all we're dealing with. We might as well just see in general. This cell's already starting to develop characteristics, chat. This one right here is starting to do things. Can't really see what all is going on for whatever reason, but hey, just believe me, something's happening. What in the world is going on? Yeah, this is starting to get pretty interesting. It's already got the classic screaming eagle look. Let's take the cape things off. We'll just look at the we'll look at true color.
Police!
My God.
Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
My goodness. Anyways, Nicholas Reiser with the
Police! 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 Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
Nicholas Reiser and Peace 1012 YT with each the $1 super chat. My goodness. You guys are mental. I hope you guys know that. But anyways, take a look at this little cell right here that's forming. You can kind of see it just goes right up here and then move up towards the north. This cell should be one that you guys should worry about. I think you guys should continue to monitor this one as it continues to move off to the north. Actually, it seems to be moving due north. General rotation, I must say. Has some really interesting rotation, to say the least. Spectrum width, not really a lot of lowering down there, but there still could be something along the line. So, yeah. Yeah. Here, let's take a look. We'll have both radars. We'll have one at...
That's why he's the MVP! That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT!
What the...
Gotta make it $100.
Why?
Police!
Oh
Police!
my
Police!
god.
Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
Sheesh. Anyways.
Police!
I was about to...
Police! Help!
What is going on?
Help! Police!
What is going on?
Help! Help! Police!
I want to join in on the super chats lol.
Oh boy. Nicholas Reiser with the $1 super chat. Becca Lynn with the $2 super chat. And Andrew Cote with the $25 super chat. My goodness. I mean, just... wow. I'm just gonna sit right here for a little bit. I'm gonna be completely honest. More or less because my arms hurt, but Alright, well, let's actually focus on weather now. See ya, Becca. Thanks for coming out. Thanks for coming out. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, this storm is actually starting to look pretty interesting. If it wasn't so dang far, so dang close to the radar, we'd actually be able to see how high it is. And it actually goes up to 45,000 feet. My goodness. I mean, that's just interesting. Next time there's a moderate, you'll donate 20. You get to hear the GOAT thing if you donate 20. That's what I'm talking about. That's why he's the MVP. That's why he's the GOAT. The GOAT. And then there's one for 40 bucks and over. That one, I've only heard that one, what, once? Twice? 3 times? Something like that? Do you think Indiana will get bad within the next hour? Honestly, depends upon where in Indiana. It'll stay the same going all the way through. Yeah, this conditions with these scattered storms will stay the same, but the risk of tornadoes also stays the same. So right now, it may not look like much, but there actually is some storms that could potentially have some weak rotation. So there's just storms out in general around near Illinois and Indiana that could potentially, pop up, basically produce these quick little spin-ups. But if you live on the eastern side of Illinois, you need to kind of monitor the weather tomorrow, because you guys are definitely going to see something really interesting. Same for eastern Michigan. Western Michigan, not really too much, but you guys need to definitely monitor that one. In my opinion, that one's going to be pretty interesting, in my honest opinion. So anyways, that one's Omaha. This one is Hastings. Okay, so it's starting to, it's trying to do stuff. It's trying. Spectrum width starts to show some sort of lowering, so we might actually have something trying to form here soon. But, yeah, definitely across the board. Will I get a squall line in Pittsburgh, PA tomorrow? Probably, but it'll be overnight. How do you join said Blue Wrench Club? You might be a part of the Blue Wrench Club if you stick around for a bit longer. You actually might. So, we need a subreddit. Discord ain't all we need, but we don't have enough people to do a Discord. Or to do a subreddit. We have enough for a Discord, but how do you join the Blue Wrench Club? You might, if you stick around a bit more. Who knows? It's basically my discretion. Basically my discretion. But I'll have some sort of application process on Storm Central soon. That'll probably be within the next couple of days or after I get my new computer set up. Do you have the low risk today? I don't have a risk in general. I'm not even in the general thunderstorm. I wonder, am I... Ooh. I'm in a slight tomorrow. I'm in a slight for wind. Or at least I'm on the border. I'm on the border of the slight and marginal, but who knows. I've been here over a year to serve Blue Wrench Club once again. Well, actually, Weather Phenomenon actually has been here for quite some time, so you might get it within the next couple of streams. I have to think about it. You guys have to remember that not everyone gets to be a part of the Blue Wrench Club. And whenever we get high enough, we'll actually have the members things to where, you know, it's kind of similar to Patreon. It's kind of similar to that. That storm is tornadic. Oh yeah, for sure. You're in Central Ohio. Oh yeah. Ohio today is not going to be as bad as Ohio tomorrow. So you might want to just monitor that. You can monitor today, obviously, you know, because the weather's just doing its own thing right now. But tomorrow you're going to want to monitor that as well. Yeah, Spectrum was starting to show some sort of lowering there. We could possibly start to see some sort of a tornadic rotation along the line. Who knows? We might. But we shall see, my friends. We shall indeed see. Imagine someone donating 100. I can just imagine. Because people have done it. Well, I can just recollect memories. I can recollect memories. That's all I need. Getting like 301 stream. Yeah, let's not talk about that. Let's not talk about that. That was a lot of money. Do you think the storm will move north to York? It's not really like moving north per se. I mean, but it probably will. Yeah, it's moving north. It's moving north to York. So yeah, this thing could go tornadic, but it doesn't seem to be organized right now, in my honest opinion. It does not seem to be. I do remember that. That stream was mental. I hope you guys are crazy for that. Let's recreate that date. No, let's not. We already have people who donated around 100 to me. You guys don't need to donate anymore. You guys don't need to do any more for me. You done enough. You done enough. I'm grateful, but you done enough. What I'm going to try and do is I'm going to try and get all the IEM bot stuff here for you all. I gotta say, maximum expected hail size already over 3 inches. Yeah, bruh. Definitely, definitely kind of sprouted. And it just, like, jumped too. But anyways, ZDR mental. There is some sort of tornadic rotation down and around there. Who knows? We might be getting something. We might be getting something. But, where is this? This is in Nebraska. This is to the south of York, to the south and west of Lincoln, to the north of Hebron. So basically south of Interstate 80. When did you first find weather interesting? When I was 4 years old with my Nana. My Nana introduced me to the Weather Channel, and I wouldn't stop watching it. Why did he tell me to shut up? Probably because I told them not to talk about that day where they donated like a crap ton of money. In Central Indiana, is Central Indiana going to get a second wave of showers? Yeah, they probably are. And Central Indiana might actually get some showers tomorrow too, depending upon where storms actually form. But you guys might actually get some showers. Might be some gusty winds, maybe some spotty hail, and you might maybe see a tornado? Question mark. It's because it honestly depends upon where they form. If they form right over you, then there's probably not going to be any tornadoes. But if they form a bit more to the west, then you could possibly get something. Yeah. Stuff across the board. Alright, let's start deleting some stuff here. We're gonna add Omaha. We're gonna add Hastings. Should we? That should be alright for now, honestly. I think that should be okay. Yeah, it seems as if everyone who has an interest, who has interest in the weather, you know, I've always liked it since, you know, like the beginning. You know, like when they were really young. They never like just just started to like weather. Like all the people that I've met or like who are actually trying to go into meteorology. Got into tornadoes on May 19th, 2019. Let's just not talk about that day after. True. True. Yep, there definitely is a hook there. Trying to be exact because the National Weather Service severe thunderstorm warning says ping pong ball side sail. Oh yeah, for sure. Let's see. Can you do an educational stream? I'll actually make an educational video. I kind of abandoned my plans a little bit for the recorded video due to the fact that I was doing some other stuff. You know, like try to get the quality of my streams up. Which, by the way, if you guys are new, this is what I'm going to be testing. These layouts that I'm going to be incorporating. It's like alpha testing right now. We'll go into beta after everything is set up. See if you guys like it. You know, and then afterwards, after all that, we'll actually see what's up. The time is actually not in the same spot. So what I will do, I'll remove the time from that. I'll copy that, move that back over here, and then we'll paste. Boom, we got the time again. There we go, we got it. So yeah, we're going to be testing these every now and then. We're trying to get something, establish some sort of realism with you guys, as if there wasn't already. So, but yeah, that's what we're going to be trying to do here. Yeah, no one say the B word, please. The last time someone said the B word, bad things happened. So. the What did you all do? Oh yeah, the spam. Good. Good on you. Good on you. This is what I keep Nick for. Nick is pretty nice at this. So we can't swear? No. You can't say the word bust. Whenever someone says the word bust in the chat, typically bad things happen. It's whenever someone says that. Before things start to happen, things typically get bad. For instance, someone said it before the Bassfield So-So tornado. And, you know, obviously that happened. Someone said it a couple days ago, and we had our first PDS tornado warning with a large tornado in a month. So, it's just not a good outlook. It's not a good look. Not a good look. It's a bit of our superstition here in on the stream. No, you can't say the B word if you imply as if the risk is dead. You can't imply it to where the risk is dead. You can say it in general. You know, like you can say, I hope this doesn't bust. But if someone says derogatory, you know, oh, it B word, boom, probably will happen. Well, probably won't happen. It'll be au contraire. Yep. No one said the B word before the Tishomingo County tornado, though. Tishomingo was way before Bassfield So-So. Can you check Wisconsin storm, please? Yeah, sure, why not? Nothing really too much to do here. Besides look at these other cells. Lit. Welcome to GR2, everyone. Put that right there. We'll go over and see what is happening here. How is Indiana? Indiana is actually alright. You're under a level 2 yet? There's a 5% chance for tornadoes out for you guys. Illinois and Indiana, depending upon where you live. But, you know, across the board, you know, you can actually see some stuff. Actually, we'll go on to this. Show you all what we got here. We can have that cycle in the background. We can have this basically play out right here. But yeah, you know, we got our, oh, that's highlighter. That's a rip. Yeah, you got the 5% across the board. Be pretty interesting. The cell over in Wisconsin right now, not really too interesting. You might actually have, you know, a couple spin-ups in and around that area, but I don't foresee any sort of tornadic rotation anytime soon. You remember following part of the 2019 Easter outbreak at your grandparents' house. You mean 2018, or 2020, I should say, but yeah, it's definitely really interesting. Sheets of rain that came through, but good, yeah, pretty interesting. More cells forming on satellite, is it really? Oh boy, if that's the case, then that's going to be pretty fun. So, we'll take a look and see what's happening on satellite. Yeah, a bunch of cells forming across the board. There's actually this little boundary right here that kind of moves up north. So, this is going to be pretty interesting right here. These triple points right here, these areas are going to be the ones to watch. Just right along this arrow is the area that you're going to want to watch, especially as that continues to move on through. Granted, there's some of these cells that have already formed. These could actually go tornadic as well. But this untapped air right in here something to keep in mind with that outflow boundary. Actually, if I actually take a look at the CAPE numbers, you can actually see that the ones around the outflow boundary are around 3,000 joules per kilogram, give or take. So it'll be pretty interesting to see as this continues to move on through to the north. It'll be interesting. Look at day 3. Could you get a slight risk, depending upon where you live? Weather with Seth. Depending upon where you live. Let's not go trigger happy with the timing out. Let's not go trigger happy now. But yeah, it's starting to get pretty interesting, I gotta say. Especially these cells. These cells are starting to get pretty interesting. Already some rotation. Actually, a new severe thunderstorm warning that just got, well, not just got issued, but it has been issued. This was for, what is this? I would love to see. Okay, Fillmore County. That'll be in effect until 4:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So, really interesting to say the least. This does have a tornado possible on it. I do want to mention that. It has a tornado possible tag on this, so it could potentially go if it wanted to. It could. Told you a hook. Yeah, this is the cell that we've been watching for quite some time. This definitely could have some sort of implications as to the severe weather across the board. But, you know, we'll have to see. We'll have to see what this thing does. Still a lot of time for it to move on through, but who knows? Who knows? Yep, Caden called it. Caden definitely said that there was some sort of rotation. Actually, there's two areas. There's one right here, the little the little comma head. There's another one right here near Milligan. And if you actually take a look, here, I'll go back. I messed it up. Nice. Go me. You can see the general areas of rotation are right there. So who knows? There might actually be something there that tries to form. As of right now, doesn't seem all too interesting. It could look better, but honestly, nothing really too much going on around that area. So there is some general rotation, I will say. Milligan is probably the one that I'm going to be watching for quite some time, due to the fact that the one near Geneva kind of has a lot of rain out in front of it, and it's also competing with the other cell to its east. So, how do you see rotation on radar? So, no matter where you are on, there will always be something that says base velocity. So if you change the base velocity, and it actually has it on a radar scope too, you can see storm res, super res velocity. That's actually a better version of the base velocity. So if you go to that, you can actually see the velocities there. But we'll go back to GR2 and show you all this. The greens typically show winds moving away from the radar, or moving towards the radar. The reds are moving away. So right in the middle, something to where people need to continue to monitor that as that continues to move on through. But you can definitely see greens moving towards, the grays moving away, and right in the middle, that general rotation right there is where the tornadic, the potential tornadic vortex signature could be. But it's still a little bit unorganized. We'll have to see, but there is some sort of lowering down and around near Milligan, so who knows? There might be something that kind of forms and moves off to the north. So, okay, its name would or will be El Reno. What do you mean? Do you guys remember the Clemson tornado at like 3 a.m.? Yeah, that was during the Easter outbreak. I covered that one. That one was really interesting to say the least. What in the world? Okay, so the severe thunderstorm warning for Fillmore County, Nebraska has now been allowed to expire. Still something where you're going to want to continue to monitor these storms. There was the potential for some sort of severe weather, explosive cells, but as of right now, it does not seem as if a lot is happening. A lot of these cells that are forming along the outflow boundary now. There's a giant outflow boundary here, and I'll actually show you this on a satellite imagery. But still something to keep in mind. Okay, there we go. So there's the outflow boundary that I was mentioning. I mean, look at that. You even see some dew point values in upwards of 74 degrees. I mean, yeah, that is really intense in and around those areas, or really moist. Really unstable air across the board here. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if some of these attempted to try and go. Still got a lot of room, though. Still got a lot of room. So, who knows? But we shall see. We shall see. I want to see. Is there any new... No, there's still just the tornado watch. So, if there is a new watch, I'd love you guys to actually tell me so that I'd be able to... whenever that happens, so that I can actually change the real little scrolling text. Remember, I gotta thank you for being a friend when you subscribed. Oh yeah, way back when that was a thing. I didn't particularly care for it. Go to Tom Osborne Stadium in Lincoln. There hasn't been a touchdown there in years. Ah, that's hilarious. That is hilarious, my friend. That is comedy. There's a turning cloud in Wisconsin well on your radar on the Weather Channel. Is there really? I don't really see anything, in my honest opinion. There could be something that tries to form from this, but nothing really too much. Triple point looks quite interesting on that visible. Oh yeah, it looks really nice. See ya, Kate. Thanks for coming out to the stream. Know you got timed out a couple of times, but it's always nice to see you around. Okay. So as for right now, we basically wait. Actually, I'm really curious to see. Here, we'll let that loop for now. But I am really curious to see. Okay, so we haven't even got into the actual 10% risk yet. Which is starting to get pretty interesting, to say the least. Stuff hasn't even ramped up yet, and it will, or at least it will eventually. Significant weather advisory for eastern York and eastern Fillmore counties. So that's what the storms that we were talking about before. That could possibly be tornadic. I wouldn't be surprised. What app is this? Please tell me which one. Which one? That is the real question. If you're talking about this satellite imagery right here, this is a website. It's called College of DuPage. So, I mean, you could definitely see some stuff forming in and around those areas. I definitely would not be surprised. So. Nebraska could get better, though. Scott Frost just needs a bit more time. You're a Kansas State fan. Yeah, it's true. That's a wild-looking collision. Oh, yeah. All these stuff. Stuff is just starting to pop off across the board. It's going to start looking pretty interesting real quick. I do say so myself. Especially these cells near Cortland. This is really gonna start looking pretty interesting, I must say. All the glitter is cold and only shooting stars break them all. Let's go Penn State. Yes, indeed, my friends, indeed. Can you look at Louisiana for like 10 p.m.? Give me 2 seconds. Alright, yeah, let me take a look and see what is happening in Louisiana. Let me take a look. Who's going to drive towards the storm? Probably me if it gets closer. I'm just kidding. When will stuff start brewing in St. Louis, Missouri? Stuff was technically supposed to start brewing in St. Louis, Missouri way before this stream. Must say. Must say. Alright, let's take a look. Depending upon where you are in Arkansas, you can get some scattered storms. But nothing really too big. Nothing really too big. In my honest opinion. It's pretty capped. But yeah, from northwestern parts of Louisiana near Shreveport, you guys can get some rain around 10. Got any recommendations for free radar apps? Nope. Not really a lot, actually. What do you think about Elkhart, Indiana? Let me look up to see where Elkhart, Indiana is so I can give you my opinion. Elkhart today could possibly see some scattered storms. Tomorrow you guys could also see some as well. Nothing really too much. You'd get some gusty winds, but yeah, you could get something. You honestly could. How do you add those extra layers on College DuPage satellite? Basically what you do is you go over to this globe thing called product overlays, and then you go down. The meso analysis shows you composite radar, which there it is, actually. There is the composite radar for you guys, but I don't really care about the composite radar too much. CAPE, capping inversion, dew points, mass divergence, wind gusts, 500 millibar wrap analysis, which is always really useful. Oh, someone said the B word. Someone said the B word. Don't time people out for saying the B word. Just delete the word. Delete the phrase. But yeah, that's very scary time. Well, we're gonna possibly have something interesting tonight, so at least the content will be fresh. If we look at that in the look at it on the bright side. Just saw T on Boston 25. It's been 67 years since Worcester, Massachusetts tornado. Ooh. Interesting. Yeah, there's just a bunch of interesting stuff happening around here. Supercell composites looking pretty interesting near the back. I wouldn't be surprised if something started to really form near the triple point. Would not be surprised. But really interesting to say the least from all of these cells. All of these cells are starting to look really interesting. The only thing about it, though, is that they're all really clustered together, so we can't really tell specifically as to which areas have rotation, which areas don't. But Indiana might fall apart. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Rapidly intensifying cells on that boundary. Yep. Remember the May 31st, 1985 VF5 tornado in Pennsylvania? It doesn't sound right. Tornado plus Pennsylvania. I'm not that old. I don't remember that far back. No, I actually didn't know that was there was an EF5 in Pennsylvania. But now I know. Do the twist. Yeah, it seems legit. Because you can't get in? Oh, well, interesting. Do I think I'm turning Japanese? I mean, I'm gonna start learning the Japanese language. I've been fascinated with their culture, actually. I'm not gonna lie. Their culture's kind of nice. So, be something interesting to learn. Not gonna lie. Here's the side. We're just saying lyrics of literal songs now. We're just bleeding words. Nothing really a lot happening on a IEM bot right now. But let's take a look at the models. Do we want to see HRRR? What is this what is this saying for this event? They're saying that cells could still form. And it still looks pretty tornadic. How can you be a mod? It's at my discretion, but if you just stick around for quite some time, you possibly could. Possible wall cloud and live storm chasing. This guy is positioned for it. Wouldn't be surprised if there's a wall cloud in any of these storms. I really wouldn't. Check the last HRRR run from Michigan. I very well could. I very well could. Can Canada get tornadoes? Yeah, of course. You might see something. Nothing really too much, to be completely honest with you. Yeah, it'll be kind of interesting to say the least, but well, we'll see. We'll see. Watch me throw a hundo on Nate's dono. Better not. Can you check the Wisconsin storm? Yes, I sure can. There we go. Wisconsin's not really doing a whole lot. I'm gonna be completely honest. All of a sudden, I'm all sleepy. I don't know why. I could just go down right here and go. I'm gonna be completely honest with you guys, chat. I may or may not actually have slept for an hour last night. I had to get up early to go to the DMV, so I would get my new driver's license. Drove all the way down to my old house just so I can get some of my pieces of my computer, which is nice. But yeah, last night I just basically watched anime, help Morgan stream, and fix some more stuff on Streamlabs. So who knows? But that's been the life of me. Or at least that's been a day. We're now getting reports of wind damage. A 1-inch tree. Why did they report this? Oh boy. Anyways, 1-inch tree limb broken, shingles blown off. All that glitters is gold, only shooting stars break the mold. I mean, it'd be pretty interesting to say the least to see what all happens here. But as of right now, nothing really too much. By the way, the report, literally 1-inch tree limb broken. That's something that I can snap without a lot of force. So, not really too interesting. Alright, alright. What? Oh. Well, anyways, yeah, that's technically true, Jessica. That is technically true. One of these days, I'm actually going to learn Japanese. I swear. I'm going to. And which one does this one say? So I see. You know what? Honestly. Hold up. How many of you guys would want your baby cell merch in English and in Japanese? Not a bad idea here. Honestly, not a bad idea. Would not be a bad idea. I'm not gonna lie. I would probably enjoy that. Baby cell. Sell it in both. We could. We could. Who knows? But honestly, that's not a bad idea. Honestly, not a bad idea. I'm gonna be completely honest. Yeah, pretty interesting to say the least. This severe storm is not really doing much. So that's good news. Actually, we might as well do, might as well have some sort of loop here. And then we'll go with this. Oh, apparently it wants to continue to move with this cell, so that's fine. That's fine. What in the world? It has a tornado debris signature. This has some really interesting rotation. The question is this rotation? It definitely could be trying, I will say that. I will not make Google Translate merch seems legit. Buy it in a heartbeat. Good. Good. Yeah, we'll get the merch done. Watch me throw a hundo on Nate's Donuts fam. We'll see the popo. Well, no, they won't. They'll see a different soundo. Hailcore, maybe. That's why I'm not really using the correlation coefficient all too much to help out with this analysis right here. But there is still some general lowering. You can see on the spectrum width that there is a lot of values moving towards the surface. A lot of turbulence. There might be something there. Oh. Okay, yeah, that's gonna go tornadic soon, chat. It's not tornado warned, but if you live along US Route 81, eventually heading off into the Republic, the Byron, the Chester area, as well as the State Route 8 area in Nebraska, you need to probably go ahead and take your precaution. This cell has kind of rapidly intensified into a nice little supercell here. And this could definitely try to produce a tornado. So something to keep in mind with this cell. This is starting to kind of intensify a little bit. You guys need to go ahead and monitor that across the board. So something to keep in mind. Really one of those things where you need to take your proper precautions. Yeah, I mean, just look at this. Look at this on reflectivity, guys. Nice little hook inflow kind of there. This is really interesting to say the least. Really interesting. This is about to cross over into Nebraska from Kansas. This is just to the west of Bellevue. Or not Bellevue, Belleville, I should say. Sorry. And this is kind of moving off to the north. So... This is really interesting. We got reports of quarter-sized hail from Henderson. Well, in Henderson in York County, Nebraska. So you guys are seeing quarter-sized hail down and around that area. I wouldn't be surprised if you guys get issued a severe thunderstorm warning because of that. So definitely something where you guys are going to need to monitor that, as there is hail and upwards of almost... an inch, maybe even an inch in some spots. But this thing's starting to look pretty interesting. Would not be surprised if this thing goes tornado warned by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, yeah, this cell just looks really nice. I'm going to be completely honest with you all. Let's see if we can get a 3D of this. I'm curious to see if we can. We can only see the beginning of the cell and how they all are discrete, but they eventually kind of converge, and there might be some sort of rotation around that area. So, who knows? Who knows? Brad Arnold and Eric Kelly on live chasing are on that storm. Oh, okay. I would. Is there any copyright restrictions on live storm chasing? I want to know. Is there any copyright on live storm chasing? Alright, latest scan came in, and it still looks pretty interesting. Spectrum width shows that it's definitely doing something. Yeah, there's definitely some sort of rotation down and around there. I wouldn't be surprised if this thing is also trying to form a rotation as well. There's some sort of hooking nature down, down there. So. Copyright to Live Storms Media, as seen on these media networks. Okay. So, we'll try it. Maybe. Do we want to get copyright claimed or not? Let's see. Can you guys check to see if this stuff will allow me to get copyright claimed? I don't know. Weather Prediction Center issued a mesoscale precipitation discussion. That's not really a first. Severe thunderstorm warning for Republic County. This was issued from Topeka. So let's actually look at Topeka's NWS chat. See what this is saying. Yeah, severe thunderstorm warning for 60 mile per hour wind gusts and inch-sized hail. Until 5:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So, most likely, I'm guessing so because most storm chasers will probably go after you for using their streams without permission. Just due to that site, people watch it on another window. Yeah, they could, but also do want the live stuff featured in some spots. But who knows? Who knows? Let's see. We got reports of golf ball size hail. Golf ball size hail across the board. Really interesting. This is near Henderson, 4 miles northwest of Henderson in Hamilton County, Nebraska. So. Let's see. Significant weather advisory for Knuckles and Thayer County. So yeah, stuff's starting to ramp up a bit. Gotta say. It's starting to ramp up a little bit more. I mean, this is starting to get really interesting. It says not for broadcast, though that could just be for TV. Play it safe, not worth it. Okay, then I won't. This is my favorite person. Whoa! That's cool of you to say. Yo, a lot of de-aliasing on this thing. RIP. Imagine if that was actually true. But there actually is some decent rotation on here, I must say. I would not be surprised if this thing goes tornado warning. But de-aliasing across the board. This is starting to get pretty obscured. There also is another rotation that's forming off around this cell. You can see, some general area of rotation down and around here. So it could be something. Another significant weather advisory. Bunch of cells are starting to kind of ramp up a little bit. But go. Multiple, yeah, just multiple areas of rotation across the board. This is starting to get pretty interesting, I must say. This is really starting to kind of pique my interest a little bit. Ooh, there is definitely a wall cloud there near Belleville. So, yeah, we're starting to get some stuff. Starting to get some stuff. Starting to ramp up a bit. New severe thunderstorm warning for Fillmore, Knuckles, and Thayer County. No tornado possible on that yet. But there still is something to keep in mind. Search live tornado chasers on YouTube. I could, but they could also copyright strike me, so I'm not willing to do that. Not willing to do that. Let's see. We've got a wind report in Kearney, Mooney, Nebraska. Of winds up. This was a gust to 59.8 miles per hour. So, something to keep in mind. What website is this? This isn't a website. This is an app that you would have to purchase. But, yeah, something to keep in mind there. I fear that this is de-aliasing as well, and I do believe that it is. I don't know, there could be some sort of rotation trying to form here soon. There definitely is some there's some clockwise rotation, some counterclockwise rotation across the board, so who knows? Who knows? Ooh, where is Bryce at? He's near Cuba. Oh yeah, so he's heading into this storm right now. There's a storm chaser who literally, we're seeing this giant, I want to say this is a gust front, but it's like this wall cloud here. That's kind of just like looking all sorts of stuff. Like a fried chicken when you cook it on the grill. Seems legit. Must say. I'd say just, for these velocities, this one right here, more or less gusts of wind. Other than that, nothing really too much. I mean, storms across the board are starting to produce a bunch of hail. And this is starting to get really interesting, I must say. Nice to see you back, Andrew. Nice to see you back. I mean, this is starting to get pretty interesting, I must say. These cells are not really doing too much. It's just mainly this cell again. What is a gust front? I have an idea, but I don't know if it's right. So basically, it's a boundary that forms to where a bunch of winds kind of move in behind and surge on through. So it basically forms this little line of storms that can produce these really gusty winds. So really interesting. Really interesting to say the least. This cell is really piquing my interest. By the way, you guys want to see what I did yesterday during Morgan's stream? I basically did this the entire time. You didn't see me, alright, but you heard me in the background. And all I had was literally this up the entire time. I was just letting it do its own thing just by sitting right here. I'm not even joking, you all. I would just literally sit right here and just be like, oh, stuff's happening right here. Stuff's happening right here. Look, you see how efficient this is now? We got some decent rotation here. And it's actually right in the hook. So who knows? There might actually be something that kind of ramps up a little bit. But my goodness, this is starting to get pretty interesting. I wouldn't say a tornado is on the ground quite yet. I wouldn't say it's on the ground. But as I mentioned, if you live along United States Route 81, you guys need to continue to take your precautions and monitor this. You really should. And then Nate dropped some truth bombs, true facts, but we don't need that. We don't need that right now. We are level-headed. On our stream, we try not to use profanity, but the chat can use profanity because you guys can do whatever you want. I don't care. I didn't know that GR2 did that. Oh yeah, GR2 does this. GR2 does this. I basically just sat here the entire time during Morgan's stream and just allowed for everything to kind of move on through from pixel to from next frame to next frame to next frame. So you can see here's the reflectivity, here's the correlation coefficient, here's the spectrum width, and here's the velocities. Across the board, pretty interesting, must say. What I might actually do is I might take my face cam. I might shrink it a little bit. Yeah, right about there. Right about there is fine. That way you guys can still see what all is happening there. See a weather phenomenon. Thanks for coming out. Really do appreciate it. Turned into the Nate and Morgan showing dudes and dudettes. Seems legit. I don't know. I don't really see anything right now. I mean, it's pretty interesting. How long do I need to be in the stream to become a moderator? I think you've been in it for 15 or 20 minutes. Not what I meant. I mean, you gotta be in the stream and engaging for, like, days on end, So, like, you gotta be here. You at least gotta come to the stream every now and then. So, like, for people like Becca and Nick and Andrew, they've came to every single stream since the beginning of April. And even before then, there were some that came to me in December. Andrew was with me in the beginning of April. Is the storm going to act up right now? I wouldn't be surprised. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if it's tried. You have to have... And you have to have big biceps, Lamau. Yeah, Nick has been with me for quite some time. And he's been even supporting the stream, too. So, with donations. I'm not saying that you should donate, because even just people that are typically here every single day, you guys can even get mod. But, watching the live Chaser stream of Storm, nothing but a very low wall cloud so far. Oh yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it was just a wall cloud as of right now. Let's actually loop this. I want to see what happened on the reflectivity. It looks like it's trying to recycle, question mark, but it's not as strong as it once was. Here, I'll actually show you. The reds are moving away, the greens are moving towards. There's still really interesting inflow. Actually, what I will do is I'll put a marker as to right in the middle of the inflow, so you can see greens moving towards, reds moving away. Right in the middle, down and around those areas, you can see there is some general rotation. No correlation coefficient drop, as you guys can see, but still definitely one of those things where people need to continue to monitor that. Try to be here as much as you can sometimes. A bunch of work and stuff. Yeah, I understand. People have, people sometimes, have things that can be impacting them. For instance, not every single time people can come out to the streams, but it's like, in general. People come out. You pop in a lot and look. Yeah. But engaging for me to know, that you're there is good too. But you are there. What about me for mod? You've been here since April. considering you every now and then. I'm still considering, actually. I've got a bunch of people that I'm considering. As I said before, not everyone can be mod. Summer Turner, what's up? Welcome to the stream. We're basically talking about weather and people being mod? Question mark. But, you know, welcome. We're testing our new graphics. This is an alpha stage. So, not to mention, I also have to say this. For the people who are, who want to be mod, you also have to think of it this way. You guys also can't really pay attention to me all that much. You guys have to pay attention to the chat, too. So, I told you, Weather Phenomenon. I said that you're probably the next in line. You're probably the next in line to probably get something. You're probably. Oh, there's something around Munden that's trying to form. What in the world is going on here? Hold up. Let's go back to the one panel. We'll put this back up here. Hopefully we'll be done in the next hour or so. Oh, yeah, for sure. Let's take a 3D. Let's take a 3D. I am very tempted. Yeah, there's an inflow notch there, so this storm is definitely tornadic. By the way, the reason why Morgan is mod is because him and I, are kind of like business partners almost. So, you know, he scrubs my back, I'll scrub his. Actually, as a matter of fact, he'll be on the stream in about 22 minutes. So, you know, we'll have another person here to basically talk about the weather with you all. It'd be pretty interesting to say the least. Let's see. Remember Tiger from like the beginning of March? He would give you updates on everything going on. Oh yeah, I do. I do indeed. I wonder what happened to him / her. I wonder what happened. I remember way back when. Very interesting. Do you think Wisconsin will be just rain the rest of the night? Possibly. In my honest opinion, you probably might. What in the world? Where did Baby Cell go? He's not in the chat anymore yet. Nobody knows. A lot of the OGs have kind of just taken breaks, though. With all due respect to them. Dude, anyone remember way back when I had 374 people at once watching my stream? Those days were the best. That single view count during the analysis during the Bassfield So-So tornado, we had the most people watching during that time, chat. That's all because of you all. All because of you all. But we were, I guess that's our claim to fame, too. We're not only the best live best live streaming YouTube channel for weather, but we also were the most viewed YouTube channel live on the Bassfield So-So tornado. So yeah, it was pretty nice. I was getting donos left and right. I wasn't. Not like today, at least. But, you know, way back when, just a couple months ago. It was pretty nice. But we'll continue. We'll continue to move on through. We'll get more people to join the bandwagon of Hockey Boy and 8. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, we've already got 1,734 subscribers. We basically just need 266 more till we get the room review. Room tour, whatever you guys wanted there. So, pretty nice. But these cells are kind of getting a bit congealed. I see some sort of rotation on the rear end of the storm. I honestly do. Let's see. A bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings now. A bunch of them. So that's fun. Sharing the stream also helps. Oh, yeah. Sharing, subscribing if you're new. Hitting the bell. In case if you want to come out to the stream whenever I'm streaming. Sharing it with people who might enjoy the content. I do try to talk to everyone. Liking the video helps me out with YouTube's algorithm so that more people from YouTube can actually come out to the stream. Just stuff like that. It'd be pretty nice. Would be really nice. Can you check the Wisconsin storm? There really isn't much happening in Wisconsin. I'm going to be completely honest. Gonna be completely honest. Have to say. More than Nate sometimes, so I ever get mod, I already know a bunch of the weather, so it'd be good. Yeah? I mean, Brady, you're up there too. But we'll get it eventually. Would finance the whole shebang if we could, seems legit. Have you ever had your streams monetized yet? Oh, all of this is monetized. As a matter of fact, my stream right now is being monetized. I mean... pretty nice, gotta say. Yeah, none of the storms in Wisconsin look like they're doing anything. I'm gonna be completely honest. So, let's see. Actually, there's some really interesting rotation from this thing now. I question as to whether or not this thing is fully recycled. There actually is some decent spectrum width down around there, so my goodness. What is your all-time YouTube goal? I guess now it's... Like, are you talking about subscribers? If it was an all-time goal, per se, I don't really take a look at it as... I don't really take a look at all-time goals. I used to have that one, and that was 1,000 subscribers. Now I have the community posts, and so now we're taking it to the next level. So, I guess the next thing, it's just another goal, and then we'll follow up by another goal. Obviously, the 2,000 subscribers by the end of June would be great. But I guess my next goal that I'm looking forward to is 10,000 subscribers. We can get to 10,000, that would be nice, because that's when we can actually get the merch line going up for you all. We can actually start self-promoting our merch, which would actually look pretty nice. So, could be something. Could be something. But, anyways, we'll loop this. We'll talk about what all is happening right now live. See what all could be happening there. Yeah, let's take a look at the satellite imagery, see what all is happening here. Unwetter Bio Bachung Chris Uderland, what's up? Welcome back to the stream. Shake Shack is good, but it is really expensive. It really is. That's the only thing about Shake Shack. Japanese merch. Yeah, we're possibly gonna get for Baby Cell, we're gonna have the English. We're gonna have the English and the Japanese on the same picture, and then the Baby Cell there. But it'll be pretty cool. Trust me. I think you guys will like it. You guys will probably enjoy it. Five Guys is good. Haven't tried their milkshakes yet. I haven't tried their milkshakes at all either. But look at all these storms just absolutely blow up. I probably should look at the one near Omaha. That one seems to be kind of exploding the most, but there are also some others, that I will continue to look at. Some more cells that are actually starting to initiate down along the line. So that would be really interesting. Yeah. So we'll see. Five Guys, you see, I just eat Five Guys with my team sometimes. Talked to Baby Cell about the merch yet? Baby Cell, I literally created. So, gimme. What if the tornadoes were dying, they explode? I mean, that would be terrible for everyone, I'll be completely honest. Oh, looks like they're going up, rotating. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, just stuff is just starting to ramp up completely. We might start to see something. We might. Let's see. I don't want to be annoying party pooper here, but if you want to grow a bit more the channel, I think you should change the name, make it a bit more professional. You see, I could. But at the same time, if you think of it like this, every other weather channel has something to do with weather. Something to do with it. And even then, if you just have, we'll take David Schlotthauer, for instance. His name has nothing to do with weather. And yet, he's a prime example of how if you just look up live severe weather, or just severe weather, stuff like that, boom. Which is the reason why I kind of kept Hockey Boy in 8 for quite some time. You know? Would you like to go see, see seniors get to 2,000 subscribers? Of course, why not? But I mean, it's not really a party pooping. I've considered it myself. I really have indeed considered, that option. There's been people that have told me that too. Nate the Weatherman seems legit. I don't know, but it's just pretty good example of how other people have different names that don't have to relate with weather, and yet they're still doing quite fine. Maybe it's when morning there is a rotation. You think, oh yeah, there's definitely a rotation down and around there. Would not be surprised, to say the least. Especially with this thing. But good thought, though. Good thought. I gotta say, I love criticism. All right. So now it's except for when it's stupid. All right. When it's stupid criticism, I can tell if it's stupid criticism, and then I just want to actually get upset. But this is the good criticism that I like, and I actually am pleased to hear that people love. People have other opinions and options for me. Definitely looking out for me in the long run. So I really do appreciate that. Appreciate it more than the donations, actually. I really do. But yeah, there's definitely some sort of rotation down around here. I would not be surprised if this thing starts to kind of ramp up a little bit. There's even some rotation near Scandia. So there's that too. You guys are coming up with so many puns. Sooner or later, there's probably going to be a podcast named Twist of Fate, where it's like twist of, and then it's F8. So that'd be pretty interesting to have, but who knows? That one hook in the tail, and Charlie looks sweeter all the time. Oh, yeah. Indeed. I mean, this is starting to look pretty interesting, I have to say. But it's also really disorganized at the moment. If it can kind of wrap around, maybe get away from this this supercell, it could possibly do something. Remember when you would just be on Discord and just let anyone talk? Those are the good old days. That was actually when I had my the people with me, my my YouTube staff, which I guess I've kind of just added more, and some have just came and gone, you know. But you know, I kind of pick and choose what YouTube staff I want. It's nothing personal as to if I think you're good or not. It's just, you know, what benefits me in the long run. So, there's a new severe thunderstorm warning for Thayer County, Nebraska. That has 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and inch-sized hail. And even a tornado possible. So this cell right here is for Thayer County, which has been issued until 6 o'clock p.m. Central Daylight Time, has a tornado possible on this. So who knows? Something might be trying to form off of this cell. Would not be surprised if that was the case. So, really interesting to say the least. I have to say that. Seems to be a stovepipe tornado. What? I'll take a look at that now. Because I have live storm chasing pulled up. It is blurry as heck. I have to say. But I don't see a tornado per se. I see a little wall cloud action. Must say that. Okay, latest velocity scans came in. And basically said that, yeah, this thing's trying to go. Look at Milford, Nebraska. That one up there. Okay. Which one's closer? I don't know. But let's go, let's bring this one closer. We'll actually go to Omaha with that one. If there's anything that's outside of the 10% risk, we'll use a radar scope for that. But other than that, the time is now, and stuff's gonna start to ramp up a bit. So it's gonna be looking pretty interesting. Milford is okay. It could be better, but the donations are back, chat. The donations are back. Oh my good lord.
Llama, 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 lamba,
KG Invest with the $2 super chat. My goodness. Gone mental today, chat. You guys have gone crazy. How many freaking donations you guys have given me? I don't even know. But, jeez. You guys are crazy. Hope you guys know that. Oh. It does indeed seem that the velocities have indeed gotten a bit stronger. Not sure if it's the aliasing or not, but it is definitely starting to look as if something might be trying to form. So, if it wraps around, you could potentially see something. But, yeah, I don't see anything on Eric Kelly's stream. Where is Moondin? Moondin's down there. Is he driving up? Is Brad Arnold driving up towards it? No, he's not. Where's Bryce Kintime? Oh, there's the wall cloud. So nothing's really doing anything right now. Nothing's really dropping. We need a recent / top donor banner. Do we really, though? Do we really, though? What is this website? The one that I'm looking at off to the side is livestormchasing.com. The one that I'm using right now, the one with all the radars and stuff like that, this is a program that you have to purchase called GR2 Analyst. David Schlotthauer is mad at me. Why the heck is he mad at me? I've got no clue, but anyways. Doesn't concern me one bit. Because I didn't do anything. Not today, at least. Not today. Not today. Before we all had a little skirmish way back when, but now that was resolved. Quite so resolved. We actually are on very nice speaking terms. But anyways, yeah, all these cells. All these cells. Guys, remember, if people say bad stuff, don't stir the pot. Allow me to defend myself. Mikey Gribble has a good stream on that storm in Belleville. Ooh, okay, so yeah, it's starting to look really interesting. And everything around across the board, it's starting to look pretty interesting. If you were a National Weather Service meteorologist, would you issue a tornado warning for that? Can you answer the question whenever you analyze a hook or a particular cell? I could. I typically say whenever I think it actually starts to get pretty bad, I start to kind of like tell specific areas that they could get impacted, which, by the way, the inflow is now starting to get pretty interesting on this thing. It's starting to intensify a little bit, and it might be one of those things where people need to start taking their precautions as if they didn't already do so. I'd say people around State Route 8, you guys need to go ahead, get into your safe space around Reynolds and Gilead. The inflow notch is starting to get pretty interesting, and if this thing tries to intensify, wrap around a bit, you guys can potentially get impacted. Even if it doesn't produce a tornado, a lot of gusty winds across the board, so something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. You guys got to monitor that one. If I was the National Weather Service right now, I wouldn't issue a tornado warning, and mainly because it's not really, it's strong, don't get me wrong, but it looks severely disorganized right now, and a bit out of place. Not to mention there's live observations going down and around there. There's a bunch of chasers. Obviously, I'm not in contact with them, but the National Weather Service would probably be contacting the people who are actually spotting down and around those areas. So, until they actually get some sort of, say, confirmation of like a funnel, I wouldn't issue a tornado warning if I was in their shoes. But good question though. Good question. Very good question. I need to know about Kansas City, please. Kansas City, as of right now, is kind of in the clear. They're gonna see some storms later, but as of right now, they are very much so in the clear. We'll actually use Kansas City's radar to show you. The nearest cell is out and about over just to the north of Manhattan. So something to keep in mind with that as that continues to move on through. As I said, good question, Doug. What app? This is GR2 Analyst. This right here that I'm using right now actually is Radar Scope. But you said that you ran about him on Discord chat and other YouTubers. Just a messenger here. Well, I said what I said. That's truth. Ranted about David and his Discord server. I mean, I ranted about everyone. I ranted about everyone and how you can even go onto Morgan's stream last night. I don't care. I really don't, because it's kind of hard for me to do my job if people are kind of, being a bit inaccurate, which is the reason why I was kind of upset last night. If you guys were on Morgan's stream last night, which, by the way, Morgan is the Royal NYR guy, he'll be actually on the he'll be actually in the stream relatively soon. I haven't heard from him. But yeah, I ranted about everyone. I ranted about everyone in general in the weather community. It's kind of hard for me to do my job if people, people are not as consistent. So. Good to hear that he has no problem with me. Good to hear that he has no problem. I don't have a problem with David either. Him and I are on great speaking terms right now. You know. Him and I, we literally just talked today. You know, I was actually helping him out with his server. But... Can you share your meteorology background, please? You're curious? I'm going to inform you right now, Doug. I have none. However, I am studying meteorology in Penn State within the next few months. It'll be my freshman year. So I just got out of high school. But I'm just basically a self-taught weather enthusiast for practically my entire life who's been studying up on everything. Who just so happens to have his hands on government and college programs. And GR2 is obviously accessible to everyone, but back over there, as soon as I get my computer up and running, we'll be actually able to do some simulations and actually predict these events before they even happen. So, be pretty nice. Be pretty nice. Not to mention, the entire stream will be a lot more organized. Trust me. It'll be really nice. Let's see. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and bring in a person here. We're going to bring in Morgan. Morgan is going to help me out for the night. We're also going to have a bit of a fun time. Bit kind of professional, but stuff, something of the sort. Will definitely help us out in the long run. Hello, hello.
Good day.
Welcome to the stream, Morgan.
I got a haircut, and now I feel like I'm not a bush anymore. So that's great.
Yeah. Let's see. Are you building the computer? I sure am. Back over there. I put in a bunch of the stuff already, but yeah. How to live with the new background. Yeah, I mean, this is in the beta phase right now. We're testing this out. We're testing it out. We're still going to add more stuff in, so this isn't done yet. Alright? But we're in the beta phase, and it's looking pretty nice. Can you speak, Morgan, real quick?
Yes, I can.
Oh, yeah. I was just wanted to make sure that you're actually going through. So you are.
KG says very soft.
Oh, barely can hear him. Fine. I will literally raise the volume and then raise the desktop audio. Boom. Eventually the audio will be a lot better. Trust me. When stuff starts to get figured out, the quality of the stream will skyrocket. So, we'll get to it.
Mom's bullying my hair. Excuse me 1 sec here.
Just cut his hair. I get to bully it.
Yeah, shush.
Well, anyways, just to brief you on everything.
Can we get a mom sighting in chat, please?
Just to brief you on everything, there's a bunch of embedded cells.
Get out of my life. Jeez.
Bunch of embedded cells that
Really
have gone high
back to that.
precipitation, I will say. Pretty interesting. Can you show? Can I show watches? The actual.
Isn't it going at the bottom?
Well, yeah. The watch is going down on the bottom as a little thing. I gotta say, chat, I'm pretty stoked about this these visuals that I put in. It's pretty nice. I'm pretty stoked about it. Are you familiar with all the technology the National Weather Service uses other storm relative velocity, other than storm relative velocity, base velocity to know whether a tornado is forming or not on the ground? Yes, I do, actually. So, obviously, base reflectivity tells you precip. So, boom, you got that. Base velocity, as you guys know, does that. Storm relative velocity tells you, based off of storm motion, what the actual velocities are. However, I use it every now and then. I'm using it kind of right now because it isn't I'm using it. I'm kind of using it. You guys can definitely tell that there is some sort of rotation here with the blues moving towards the grays moving away. So you guys can tell with that, but in different situations where I can't actually tell, I would actually use the storm relative velocities. That's actually what I use for Cristobal. So I use that much. Spectrum width actually shows the turbulence in the air, the winds, more or less moving from the tops of the storms down to the surface. That can indicate not only tornadic winds, with how the winds actually surge in and around the actual tornadic wind field, but that can also indicate microbursts too. The only thing about microbursts is that they can only be seen afterwards, not during and not before. But tornadoes, you can actually possibly predict if there could be some sort of lowering based off of the spectrum width. The enhanced echotops, or the echotops, tells you how high the actual storms are. So just by taking a look at some of the values, some of these go up to around 45,000 feet, which is pretty nice. I must say, it's not really too big, but it's not too small either. It's kind of that gray area, around what you would expect for these storms, to be quite honest with you. The virtually integrated liquid basically shows you how much liquid is actually being dumped from this storm, how high precipitation based it is. So typically, the higher the virtually integrated liquid means that there's typically more of a downdraft, maybe even more. If you see more of that and there's a lot of hail, you can actually assume that there's a lot of hail being dumped around in that area. Just a lot of precip in general. Virtually integrated liquid D. I don't actually remember what the D stands for, but I believe it's just a overpowered version of the virtually integrated liquid. It basically takes it on another scale. So the virtually integrated liquid takes it on a smaller scale. The other one takes it on a larger scale. Potential of severe hail tells you the percentage chance of severe hail in some of the areas according to GR2. The maximum expected hail size, obviously, name and tells, shows you the maximum expected hail size. Do keep in mind, not exactly what you could see there. It's just estimated by the radar. There could be values higher or lower, most likely lower than the values that you're seeing here, which is the reason why sometimes if you see hail sizes in upwards of an inch, I may say 3/4 of an inch. So something to keep in mind with that in the future. Normalized rotation basically takes the crossovers from the base velocities and the storm relative velocities and puts them together, puts them into a little algorithm and tells you how strong the actual rotation is. So the blues are just general decent rotation. Once it starts to get up into the greens, however, that's when I actually start to pay attention, especially once it gets into the yellows, the reds, the pinks, and even the whites eventually. We actually saw some pinks and reds during the Bassfield So-So tornado. So that was pretty interesting there. Just by also taking a look at the normalized rotation and the spectrum width, if it tends to form this little S, it kind of shows you that there could be some sort of tornadic rotation down around that area. However, you guys can't really see a bit of an S in and around these areas, so nothing really tornadic as of right now. Definitely high precipitation based in and around those areas. The differential reflectivity, the Z doesn't stand for anything, but the differential reflectivity basically shows you, rain moving up to the top of the storm surface to top, boom.
Allow me to just note, the D in VILD stands for virtually integrated liquid density.
Density, so that's basically just higher scale. Nice. So basically this thing just measures updrafts. Short and simple. Correlation coefficient shows, it's kind of similar to the density. Ooh, what the heck is that? Hold up. Okay, that's just the inflow. Scared the crap out of me, I gotta say. It could be something in and around there, but yeah, the correlation coefficient just shows basically the sizes of specific areas, well, specific pixels and molecules. Yeah, just substances. So rain typically is registered as red. Anything larger than that will be registered as like blues and greens, and even smaller than just little rain, just like regular, even wildlife could be registered as blue. Other than any radar products, I'm aiming more towards tech like dual pole radar and algorithms, special software only the National Weather Service would have. Surprisingly, this is actually this is what the National Weather Service use. I actually went to the National Weather Service in State College. They use stuff like this. They also use stuff like AWIPS. AWIPS is very popular. However, I could run AWIPS. I could theoretically on my new computer. It would be able to run it within like a quick second. But on this computer, I'm not running it right now. And then the National Weather Service actually doesn't have the simulation thing unless if they're doing individual research. But the Storm Prediction Center actually does. So there's that much. But yeah, AWIPS is quite nice. AWIPS is quite nice. Stewie, that's not how you get mod if you berate the current mods. That's not how that works. This isn't a boxing match.
This isn't like a royal system where you have to take down one and take that spot yourself. No,
yeah,
that's not how
King of the Hill. Drenly Juan or Juan, kindly Kayan and Dak Black 2. What's up? That was a mouthful, gotta say. Please go to Lincoln, Nebraska. Yeah, why not? Let's go to Lincoln, Nebraska. See what all is happening from there. Lincoln, as of right now, does not seem to be directly impacted as of this moment, but there are some cells to the west of it, so they could do something. How does the National Weather Service issue warnings? It's similar to AWIPS. There's actually another program that they use that'll actually send it to the computer, and the computer will actually make it go out. But surprisingly, you would think that the entire National Weather Service office would like correlate together. On just one cell, it'd be like, okay, do you think this is severe? And it'd just be like a voting system, but actually it's individual. And in a way to support my theory is if you actually look at all the way at the bottom of the warning text, you can see there's only one name there, only one there. Warren Jen, yeah, Warren Jen's on there. Definitely across the board, but pretty interesting. Yes, join the server, people. We always would love to have more people in Storm Central.
Good time. I'll tell you what. It's really
We got 321 people here. Gotta say, did not expect us to get there. I mean, just across the board.
Forecasting others' deaths. If you know, you know.
If you know, you know.
Okay, that rotation near Mahaska is mental.
Which one now?
The one near the severe thunderstorm.
Oh, the border.
Nebraska, on the border, yeah. Might be de-aliasing as well, but sort of been there this whole time, and there is an inflow notch. It's really discreet.
Yeah, I have to say, what is AWIPS? AWIPS is it's a program that the National Weather Service used to issue convective outlooks, just general outlooks actually in general, and they can use models, they can use radar, all sorts of stuff. So there's actually a little bit of rotation, but nothing really too much on the cells.
Tornado warning for Kandiyohi County in Minnesota. How do you say that?
I'm gonna say Kandiyohi. Yep, that's good enough there. But
this is in effect for the next 15 minutes. This is a very short warning. take a look.
It's moving stationary. So yeah, tornado warning for Kandiyohi County in central Minnesota. That'll be in effect until 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The velocities kind of show a little bit. You can see a little teeny tiny bit of rotation. The red's moving away. The green's moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. If I take a look at the correlation coefficient, there is a little bit of a dropping down and around there. But I question as to whether or not it's being impacted by the virtually integrated liquid. So something to keep in mind with that. Definitely could be something to where people need to continue to monitor that. But at the same time, nothing really too much on this cell. We can't really see. We can see a little bit. It's looking up 6,000 feet up in the sky, but nothing really too much after that. Look at the South Dakota storm. Holy crap. Yeah, I'll take a look at that in a bit. There's a bunch of cells. Oh, whoa.
Which
That
thing?
man, Hunter J, you might have actually found a good one. The only
take a look on
the only severe storm in South Dakota, gusty wind threat for days, and could possibly go tornadic later along the line. So that is
Crap.
yeah, that is a lot of gusty winds there. That'll be eventually heading off towards the Sioux Falls area. So
Could go tornadic too.
it could
so-
very much so. It'll actually be heading off to the Sioux Falls area in about an hour. So if you live around those areas, definitely one of those things where you're going to want to monitor this one as that continues to move on through. Really something to where people need to monitor that. It might have actually turned in from a microburst. So there's a 10% chance of tornadoes within 25 miles of a point. Yes, there indeed is. Let's see. Yeah, across the board, there's just a bunch of different cells that are just popping around. So, I don't per se see anything tornadic as of right now. Maybe besides the cell that passed through near Mahaska. But other than that, yeah. Let's see. Flood advisory now for that area. That's pretty interesting. Huh.
Which area of the South Dakota storm?
For Thayer County in Nebraska. So that's basically the cells that just went on through. I mean, this is starting to get pretty interesting. The one near Reynolds is also still churning down and about too. The only thing about it is that there's a lot of de-aliasing where the actual radar is actually failing to send back proper velocities. So it's not really giving us an accurate description as to what all is happening with this storm. But there is definitely a classic hook signature with an actual outflow boundary that's now being visible on radar. You can kind of see how it kind of creates this little line here. That is what happens when a supercell actually juts its outflow. It leaves behind this little mini barrier. New tornado warning. Another one for Kandiyohi. This is for northern parts. That'll be in effect until 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Just by taking a look at the velocities, there is some general rotation, actually. The reds are moving away. The greens are moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. Correlation coefficient doesn't show me anything. Spectrum width also doesn't say that there isn't any sort of lowering. But still one of those things where people need to continue to monitor that. I actually question, real quickly, as
Completely
to...
different thing. That's interesting.
I question. There isn't even a tornado risk up there in Minnesota. which is really interesting. I mean, I'm not judging or anything, but, you know, it just looks kind of weird. Gonna be completely honest. Yeah, a lot of surging gusty winds, as I mentioned, heading through to Sioux Falls. Would not be surprised if that thing actually tries to produce really gusty winds. I would say Sioux Falls will be impacted in about, I'd say now 45 minutes, give or take, down and around those areas. So something to keep in mind, something to keep in mind. Yeah, I would say people need to monitor that. And then I'll even take a look at the other tornado warning. Not really a lot to, that I could tell from this storm here. As a matter of fact, the virtually integrated liquid has kind of died down a bit. So in my honest opinion, I don't really think that there's a lot of tornadic potential in these cells. But still something to keep in mind down around there. Look at Frankfurt. Frankfurt is the cell in Kansas, so let's take a look at that one. We'll be able to see. Ooh, these cells are now starting to kind of form their own little rotations now. Their own discrete cellular motion. Take a look at that, Morgan, actually, for yourself.
1 second.
Basically, the 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in Kansas used to use KTWX. Yeah, there's definitely something down and around there. Could potentially try and do something. New severe thunderstorm warning for Jefferson County, Nebraska. That'll be in effect until 6:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. That'll be for just 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail, which is basically an inch. So something to keep in mind. But as this continues to move on through, people need to continue to monitor that, especially in Jefferson. Could turn tornadic, but as of right now, it doesn't seem as if it will be. Or at least in my honest opinion, it didn't seem as if it did, or if it was. But the velocities on these two cells, both of them, for Marshall, here, actually, let's get the ones here. For Marshall, Nemaha, actually just both of them for Marshall and for Marshall and Nemaha. The one for Marshall is going to be in effect until 6. One for both Marshall and Nemaha will be in effect until 6:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. But still something to where people need to continue to monitor that. People need to just continue to continue to monitor these cells. Definitely some discrete cells that are forming out in front on this outflow boundary moving off to the north. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see as this continues to move on through. But
My freaking water cup.
let's see. I do want to
I
quickly.
made the worst decision on Earth today to go for a run when there was a heat index of 104 degrees outside.
Ooh.
So, yeah, don't recommend that going forward. That's a bad idea.
Yeah, you're probably not gonna want to. I mean, this is starting to get pretty interesting. As I mentioned before, de-aliasing is so much of an issue here. I mean, it's not even funny. I can't even get accurate representation here on models, or here on radar. But you know, definitely something to where there is still rotation. Obviously, red's moving away, green's moving towards. So right in the middle is where the rotation would be. But as of right now, it does not seem as if there is a whole lot actually pushing on through at the moment. But you know, we'll see. We shall
really
see.
doing much at the moment.
I mean, I'm still watching that cell near Fairbury. I actually want to take a 3D on this thing. I want to see if there's actually an inflow notch on this, and indeed there actually is. That is a really nice inflow notch, if I do say so myself. So this thing, I would not be surprised if it actually tries to turn tornadic. You can see the typical arch feature that I would look for on 3D. The spectrum width shows that there is some sort of general attempt at a lowering. Nothing really too organized, in my honest opinion. storm relative velocities show it is indeed inflow dominant. So something to keep in mind there, that these cells could turn long-lived if they decided to produce tornadic rotation. But something to keep in mind there.
I'd just like to point out real quick that the thunderstorm headed towards Sioux Falls has not been reissued a warning. I'll continue to monitor for potential new warnings, see what goes on with that. And I'd like... It's still definitely a concern in terms of rotation. I think going forward, if it can get its act together and kind of organize a little bit better of a structure, then it could definitely go tornadic. But we'll continue to monitor this as it continues to truck through Hurley and Davis in South Dakota.
Yep. And just by looking at these storm relative velocities, you can actually see the inflow winds in its full capacity. You can actually see it going upwards of 20,000 feet, which if you actually go back to the base reflectivity, that is around where the inflow notch is. So something to keep in mind there. These storms are definitely starting to try and go tornadic. Yeah, go ahead. Oh, there is the tornado warning.
Tornado warning for western Jefferson County and southeastern Nebraska. This will be in effect until 6:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for tornado and golf ball sized hail.
Yep, so inch and 3/4 down around there. You can take a look and see the velocities are actually not de-aliased anymore. You can see the reds moving away, the brighter greens and maybe even blues moving towards right in the middle where that triangle is, just to the south of United States Route 136, just to the west of Fairbury. If you live just to the west of Fairbury near United States Route 136, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions. Get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Let's get some timings out for you all. This will be eventually heading out to the Powell area in about 5 to 10 minutes. So if you live around there, you guys need to also go ahead and take your precautions, as these cells are moving quite fast to the north and maybe even northeast. As well as this will be impacting around the Dakin area near State Route 4 and the intersection of State Route 4 and State Route 15. So if you live around there, that will impact your area in about 15 to 20 minutes. So something to keep in mind with that. Let's take a look at dissecting this storm. You can see the normalized rotation show a general increase, a general organized storm. When you see it in the greens in there, it's that's when I actually start to pay attention. The blues are just this general rotation that can produce maybe these brief spin ups, but it's not really too organized. The greens actually show that it is decently organized, and it may actually be attempting to try and produce something along the way. The spectrum width, not really too organized as of this moment, but as this continues to move off to the north, I wouldn't be surprised if this actually attempts to organize, especially down and around those areas. The ZDR actually shows that there is some sort of updraft characteristic down and around with these storms, so something to keep in mind with all of that. One thing I do want to mention is that if you are actually trying to look at these storms, you won't be able to, especially if you're near Powell, if you're near that junction of State Route 4 and State Route, I believe that was 15, yep, State Route 15, you won't be able to see it due to the fact that you'll have a lot of rain near you, you'll have a lot of hail, maybe some in upwards of 2.5 inches, I would say right around 2 minutes, right around where you guys, the sizes where you guys could see that. So something to keep in mind with that. You'll see the gusty winds, and you won't see the tornadic rotation until it is literally on top of you. So something to keep in mind with that as that continues to move off to the north and east, eventually to the east of Dakin. I will say, people need to continue to monitor that, even if you are not directly in the path, like Dakin, like maybe Powell. This could eventually shift off to the left, shift off to the right, depending upon the storm motion and the actual characteristics of the storm. This could definitely impact you guys, so you guys should definitely go ahead, as I mentioned, take your precautions as that continues to move on through to the north. Definitely one of those things where people need to continue to monitor this. Not just the only cell that is producing tornadic rotation. We have others. others along the line that could possibly be producing or even attempting to produce. We got cells down in Kansas that could be trying to produce some tornadic rotation. Definitely weak right now near Frankfurt along State Route 99, but still one of those things where along the line, people near Betty and Winfred, maybe even Axtell, down and around near the United States Route 36 area, you guys could experience some tornadic conditions if this thing does decide to intensify. So something to keep in mind with that across the board, that there is definitely some risks for tornadoes, not just that area in the tornado warning for Jefferson County. So something to keep in mind across the board. If I take a look, just looking at the other cells, just brief looking, there actually is some general rotation on some. I see one to the north and west of Lincoln, near Seward. There is some general rotation on that one. Not really too organized, as I mentioned before. It is looking up 7,000 feet up in the sky in its defense. So it could be stronger, could be weaker, but it's not really giving us the full picture of what actually is happening at the surface. So we'll see. But as of right now, definitely still the main threat down and around near Fairbury. The velocities have kind of shown that it is indeed tried to intensify a little bit. It is, well, the latest scan just came in and it kind of just came and went. It could be some sort of attempts at some sort of recycling, but the hook right now does not seem to be all too organized. It is trying to surge that outflow down and around so that it can.
That's a rotation here,
Yeah.
I think.
It is trying to surge that outflow around, but
Yeah. Yeah. And now we're getting a sign of 3-inch hail on that tornado warning storm headed towards Powell. So regardless of whether or not it's tornadic, you guys definitely need to be inside or under a safe building, because this is going to be, that's baseballs, I think. So unless you have a bat ready to go, I would be inside your house or any type of sturdy building that you can be in and around, because this is going to be a very dangerous storm moving through Powell very soon. If not, it's already it's already moving through as we speak.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem to be. It's not moving through Powell exactly. I think that's more the hail core. Yeah.
Yes.
Good news, as I take the radar data off, you can actually see that there isn't really a lot of populace around here.
It's not a big place.
But still, people could be trying to reside around State Route 15.
Still, people still live there. So.
So if you live around those areas, definitely going to want to go ahead and take your proper precautions. I gotta say, this is starting to kind of ramp up just a teeny bit. We saw a little bit of hints about an hour ago, maybe around 45 minutes ago, of something trying to ramp up a little bit. But we'll see. Definitely some values that I'm seeing on here.
I still have my doubts that the 10% will verify. I really don't know about it.
Well, it said on the HRRR that it starts to ramp up right around now until 9. So we'll see. We'll see. Are you going to be tracking the squall line tomorrow night? Probably. I'm going to be completely honest. And hopefully I'll actually be able to have the other programs down below. As I mentioned, for you guys who are new to the stream or you just got in, we are testing out my new graphics today. It's still in the beta phase, so or alpha phase. It will be in the beta phase once we get the new computer up and running. But as of right now, we're just basically testing out the new graphics, the new scene layout. Down below, you can see the kind of line moving through from right to left. That right there is the tornado watch. So the conditions that you can actually experience from these storms if you live in those areas mentioned in that box. We'll eventually be having some other stuff down below that, but we are kind of testing this out seeing if you guys actually enjoy it, and even afterwards, we might have it. But
I remember earlier in the stream.
ooh, break. We have a report of a tornado in Fayette County, Nebraska. So the storm that we were talking about before that had the decent rotation along the border, this has had a history of producing a tornado. This was reported by the emergency management about, I'd say, 20 minutes ago? Yeah, that said 20 minutes ago. So this storm has actually had a history of producing tornadoes. Something to keep in mind with that. And there it is. It has now been updated as an observed tornado warning for Jefferson County, Nebraska. So something to keep in mind with this. This has had a history of producing tornadoes, and you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions as it moves on through. Definitely one of those things where you aren't really going to want to be out in front of this. Thank you, Cast Cop. Have a good rest. Thank you for the Thank you for what's his face? I can't remember what I was gonna say. I literally lost the words, but
Thank you for what's his face. There
I don't
you
know.
go.
I don't know. I can't remember. But oh yeah, thank you for the opinion. Thank you for the opinion. On changing my name. I really do appreciate that. I wouldn't say the tornado's on the ground right now, but it is definitely kind of ramping out a bit. Ramping up a bit, I should say. So something to keep in mind with this. This cell is definitely attempting to try and produce moving along through as it moves off to the north and east.
Actually looks pretty good too, so the downdraft must be decent enough if it's been confirmed now at this point.
Yep.
And I keep getting snaps. Weather spotter is confirmed actually, so it is not even
Across the board, they may be saying it's on the ground now. So yeah, you might see some stuff in around those areas. But definitely something that where people are going to want to continue to take their proper precautions. I do want to take a 3D of this just to see the inflow notch, to see how good the structure is on the storm.
it's all right.
Yeah. The inflow notch.
Nothing special.
Ooh.
It's nothing special like the thing we saw last night.
That's nothing's really going to be all that special, to be completely honest with you. But you can definitely see the arch that I typically look for, the inflow unimpeded moving into the storm that actually fuels the thunderstorms. So right in that general vicinity is where the storm would continue to eat up all the unstable energy left by the convective available potential energy. So something to keep in mind down and around there. People need to continue to monitor that one. As this has had a history of producing tornadoes. So definitely one of those things people need to monitor this storm, all right? I told people if they were near Powell, they needed to get in their safe space, and they should. If they're not already, well then that's, foolish of them, in my honest opinion. Now, this will eventually be heading off near the State Route 4 and the intersection of State Route 4 and State Route 15. Even outside of the warning, near Plymouth, you guys could be impacted. Maybe not directly by the tornado, but you may be impacted by the cell next to it, even behind it, down and along the line. So something to keep in mind with that one. You guys are going to definitely want to take your proper precautions with that one, as this has, as I said, had a history of producing tornadoes. Let's see. The tornado watch has been updated now. So it got canceled for Jewell and Mitchell County, as well as Clay, Knuckles, and Polk and York. But you could still see something along the line if you are in the tornado watch counties as of right now, especially as this continues to attempt to ramp up a bit in strength.
I would like to note two things. First of all, there is a new severe thunderstorm warning for the tornado confirmed storm at this point. This will be for Jefferson and Saline County until 6:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Interesting thing is it does not have a tornado possible tag, so we'll have to see how that develops going on. And I would also like to point out, I remember seeing in chat earlier that someone asked about the rain threat for Iowa, Wisconsin, Minnesota area, right? So with a flash flood warning for Fayette, Winneshiek, and Chickasaw in northeastern Iowa. Emergency management has reported roads being covered in rain at this point. 1 to 2 inches have already fallen, and another 1 to 2 inches per hour is possible. So it'll be interesting to just see how that flooding situation develops and whether it keeps dumping or actually decides to subside for a bit.
Mm-hmm. So let's actually take a look at the satellite imagery, see what exactly is happening with these storms, see if there could possibly be some more initiation down and along the line. And indeed, there actually is. The cells that I were talking about earlier that could possibly intensify and form into its own discrete cells, definitely doing so. You can see how they're forming their own little. It's kind of like almost a smokestack almost. How that continues to like rise up more and more and create this giant blob of clouds. So that one kind of struggling at the moment, but still visible in and around those areas. I do want to take a larger look at what could be happening with these cells. Let's see. Let's see. Ooh, some overshooting tops? Question mark. Maybe. The tornado watch for Clay, Cloud, and Riley counties in Kansas have been canceled. So you guys are out in the clear for those cells. New severe thunderstorm warning for Gage, Jefferson, and Saline counties in Nebraska. That'll be in effect until 6:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time, with wind gusts of 60 miles per hour in quarter-sized hail. Let's see. This cell piqued my interest a little bit. But nothing really too interesting. The cell actually to the rear of the tornadic cell, tornadic warned storm, actually might start to get some tornadic rotation. Might be trying to get its act together. So, I mean, it'd be pretty interesting to say the least. I would not be surprised if something tried to do all that. But yeah, there is definitely some really interesting rotation from this. It might actually be trying to cycle a bit more. Either that, or it might be moving more towards the north and east rather than northeast. So as I mentioned, Plymouth, Swanton, you guys will probably be starting to get impacted now. You guys need to continue to take your precautions as that moves on through. Let's take a storm motion from warning. Show you guys that there is some general area of rotation. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely something there. There's a tornadic updraft within that too, and the spectrum width not really showing a lot of lowering, but still something to where people need to continue to monitor that. Is there any severe weather coming up for Clarksville, Georgia? Maybe on, what did I say, Wednesday?
Day 3.
Wednesday.
That would be day 2. Day 2 would be Wednesday. I'm gonna take a look at the outlooks actually.
Yeah, I thought I said Wednesday for something of the sort.
Yeah, Georgia's in a marginal. Georgia and Alabama are actually both in a marginal for most of the state. The primary threat's going to reside in the Mid-Atlantic and Great Lakes for tomorrow.
Okay.
I think tomorrow will go moderate. Hot take. Tomorrow's going moderate.
I'd say that's a bit bold of you.
In all honesty, though, I was talking about this earlier. If the front stalls, is going to get stronger and going to be more of an issue. Moderate. If the lows combine, then we got a big frick off low pressure, which is just going to add to the energy of the storms add to the energy that'll be sweeping over the area. Moderate. If both of those happen, we could be talking about a high. I don't want to emphasize that that is likely because that is anything but those are possible scenarios at this point.
You do realize a high risk for wind would need to get into shear values of over 100 knots, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I do not foresee any of this. I don't even foresee it getting up to that. I see it going up to around 50 knots, maybe 60. But by the way, new tornado warning for Jefferson and Saline counties in Nebraska. That'll be in effect until 6:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time, with hail and upwards of 1.75 inches, gusty winds, and a tornadic rotation. So definitely something where people are going to want to continue to take their precautions as it continues to move on through. We're also getting reports of severe wind gusts and upwards of 60 miles per hour in Marshall County, Kansas. So some of the storms down in Kansas are actually producing some really interesting wind gusts across the board. But definitely really interesting rotation from the cell. You can see on reflectivity the classic hook signature with the inflow. Very disorganized at this moment, but definitely could attempt to try and produce. The correlation coefficient really wouldn't be all too useful due to the fact of how little a tornado would be able to pick up anything. But at the same time, still something to keep in mind in and around those areas. Somebody asked for stuff around the Kansas-Nebraska border earlier. There isn't really a lot near Mahaska and all that stuff. But going down back into towards Vermillion, Axtell, Beatty, Baileyville, there could be some sort of general thunderstorm risk moving off into your general vicinity. But as of right now, nothing really too large. Yeah, just really interesting velocities from this storm. I actually do want to take a storm relative on this thing. Just to see. The storm track is now indeed updated. It is now moving more to the north and east. This will be crossing over State Route 4 in about, I'd say, 5 to 10 minutes. So if you live along that area, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions too. This could potentially try and ramp up moving around those areas. Maybe even move into the Plymouth area. So you guys need to go ahead, get into your safe space, take your proper precautions, get underground, or get into the lowest innermost part of your building. Particularly a bathroom or closet. Even afterwards, that'll be heading off into the DeWitt area, to be moving just off to the west of DeWitt in about, I'd say, 25 minutes. So something to keep in mind with that as it continues to move off towards the north and east. Definitely a lot. Actually, some decent amounts of hail. Be really interesting there. See ya, Andrew. Thanks for coming out to the stream. The velocities have shown that it's kind of weakened a bit, which is the good news here. Might actually be trying to gust out a bit, either that or emerging with the cell towards the south. Maybe even allowing the cell to the south attempt to try and intensify as a tornadic rotation as well. But as of right now, it does seem as if it's kind of just dying out a bit. Nothing really too much to see here on all of these different programs and products. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely pretty interesting to say the least. I will say that. Where is this? This is just to the north of the Kansas-Nebraska border, just to the south, almost southwest of Lincoln. Yeah, there's definitely some really interesting values here showing up. Still in the base velocity, you can see there's actually two areas of possible rotation, but only one that I really see that's jumping out right now. You can see the reds moving away from the radar, the greens moving towards, and right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So as I mentioned before, this will be heading off to the Plymouth area. This will be actually impacting Plymouth in about 5 minutes, maybe less. So if you're here, if you know anyone who lives in those areas, or if you live in those areas, you need to go ahead and take your precautions. As I mentioned, get into your safe space, whether it's underground or the lowest innermost part of your building. CDR still shows there is decent updraft characteristics, but it's also messy right now. There is a spectrum width, though. There is some sort of lowering, implying that there could be some sort of dropping, whether it's from a funnel or a wall cloud. Definitely some sort of turbulence in around that area. Or even then, it could be trying to gust out, maybe trying to, maybe weakening a bit further. But still something to keep in mind there. With all the risks across the board. Yeah, I mean, it's just it's definitely trying to produce, but it's just being impacted by the actual cell to the south of it. So, really interesting to say the least. Nothing really too much to report other than there's a new severe thunderstorm warning for Butler and Saunders County in Nebraska. That'll be in effect until 6:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail, which is basically an inch. Severe thunderstorm watch possible northern Illinois, Indiana vicinity. Okay, wouldn't be surprised.
Isn't that where the slide is?
I think so. I think so. If that's the case, I'll add it to my little bar.
Yeah, because quite honestly, I thought that area should have gotten a 10% today.
Well,
Not
has anything happened over there?
Not yet, but you said storm initiation is supposed to happen around now till 9.
I was implying for Nebraska and Kansas.
Let me take a look at the things. Hang on.
Yeah. What about the storm in Indiana with severe thunderstorm warning? Give me a second. I will look at that. Let's see. So that cell seems to be a major gusty wind risk with a little corkscrew out in the back. Could be some sort of general rotation there. Would not be surprised. But think we could see a 10% or a 10% hatch tomorrow? No. Morgan thinks that there's probably going to be a 10%, but I'm so convinced that there isn't.
If one of those two things happens tomorrow, if the cold front stalls or if the lows combine, the lows may have already combined, which is a thing. But I'm gonna take a look, and I wouldn't necessarily. Well, I would say 10%, but I would say the moderate would be for wind.
Mm-hmm.
Due to the low level shear. What am I doing? Okay, I want to click this.
It does seem as if the severe thunderstorm warning in Indiana, mainly just gusty winds. Nothing really too much other than that. So people around there should be all right. But if they do issue a tornado warning on this thing, definitely monitor that as it continues to move off to the north and east. These other cells are struggling to stay alive for whatever reason. I've got no clue.
The struggle is real.
Oh, yeah. It is. Latest scan just came in. Yeah, there's some general rotation. I mean, if something tries to form, then that's going to be pretty interesting to watch. But, there's just a lot of bleh right now. I'm going to be completely honest, guys. It's kind of just turned into this crap vection.
So, I'm looking at the HRRR run. This is going to be for... this is the 18Z run, so this is the latest long-term run. So, for tomorrow, it does not seem like either of those two scenarios would happen. Which means that it would probably still sit at a 5% torn and enhanced. However, the lows may combine for Thursday, so it'll be very interesting to see how that plays out for the Northeast. We could be talking about maybe a slight up there in the New York State, Vermont area is what I'm thinking.
Mm-hmm.
And if I remember correctly, we do have a marginal for Carolinas, Virginia, Maryland, Delaware, and the smallest part of New Jersey. So it'll be interesting to see. Yeah, that big line
Uh,
that seems to want to do.
two things. First things first, the real Necro TM. Thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. Living near Detroit and learning how to use GR2 Analyst is going to be interesting to watch it on radar, see outside at the same time. Yeah, I mean, for sure. Especially since tomorrow you guys are going to be getting some stuff too. So I'll be definitely covering that as well. But GR2 Analyst is such a fun program to use, and I've mentioned before to you guys that I recommend it fully if you guys actually have, if you guys actually had the allowance, or the the funds to actually purchase it. There is a new tornado warning for Marshall and Nemaha County in Kansas. That'll be in effect until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. That'll be for radar indicated rotation and some spotty hail. Let's actually go ahead and take a look at that. I believe it's for this cell down here.
That's for the southern cell near.
Yeah,
Seneca.
near Seneca?
Baileyville.
Yeah. So that one. So the one near Vermillion and Axtell. Yeah. So you can kind of see here the reds are moving away from the radar. The grays, the kind of darker reds, moving a bit towards. Actually, let's get a storm motion vector for you all to kind of see this a little bit better. So we can use the storm relative velocities, and there you can see reds moving away, greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be, just to the south of Axtell. Also to the south of United States Route 36. Eventually heading off into the Baileyville and the St. Benedict areas. So if you live in any of those areas that I just mentioned, Axtell, Baileyville, St. Benedict, around United States Route 36, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions. Get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This will be crossing over the United States Route 36 area in about, I'd say, 5 to 10 minutes, as well as eventually into the Axtell area in about 10 minutes. So for anyone who knows geography, lives around that area, or knows anyone who lives around that area, those are the timings for that storm, for this potentially tornadic storm as that continues to move on through. The ZDR shows that there is a general updraft characteristic down and around just all of these storms, a potential tornadic updraft down in the rear of the actual storm. If I actually took a look a little bit higher, there is indeed a ZDR column, as people would call it. So there is indeed a tornadic rotation, tornadic updraft in and around those areas. The maximum expected hail size, not as much of a hail risk. Still a lot of rain in and around those areas, so you won't be really able to see this cell until this is right over you. If you are in any of these tornado warnings, you need to just go ahead and take your precautions as that moves off to the north and east. So something to keep in mind with that, and that'll eventually be crossing off towards Nebraska near State Route 8F in about, I'd say, 35 minutes. But definitely one of those things where people, if you are in the path of this, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions now. I do not see a correlation coefficient drop. I would typically look for this blue area, this green or yellow area that has that kind of ball fashion. That would indicate a tornado debris signature. But fortunately, as of right now, I do not see any of the sort. However, that does not mean that it won't produce a tornado along the way. It very well could weaken, but it could also very much so strengthen as it continues to move on through. So if you live in any of those areas, you need to continue to monitor that for potential tornadic rotation. Let's go back over to the tornado warnings over in Hastings. Actually, the one originally in Jefferson has now been allowed to expire. So that is the good news there. Let's see. I'm getting more reports here, more severe thunderstorm warnings. So yeah, let's just continue to look at that. I did want to mention before, you guys may or may not have saw this down and around here near Harbin. That was de-aliasing, as I figured. So this is more of an anomaly in the radar. But this radar over this rotation here near Plymouth is indeed an actual tornadic rotation. So something to keep in mind with that. You guys need to continue to monitor this as this continues to move off to the north and east. Especially now, this is past near Plymouth now, and it will eventually be heading off to the DeWitt area. So if you live near DeWitt, near State Route 103, you guys need to also go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get into your safe space as that continues to move on through to the north and east. So if you live near DeWitt, this will be impacting your area in about 15 minutes, give or take. So something to keep in mind with that. There is a new tornado warning it's a separate cell now. This is actually, oh my, this is starting to get really interesting. So tornado warning for Gage, Jefferson, and Saline counties. That'll be in effect until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The velocities, don't let this thing fool you. That is actually what's not being tornado warned. What's actually being tornado warned is this cell right here, just to the south of Ellis. You can see the reds moving away, the greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. If I were to go to the correlation coefficient to see if there was a debris signature, maybe a little bit of a lowering, but I would not say that there is one at this moment. Right now, not a tornado on the ground with this cell. If I take a look at the spectrum width, there is some sort of lowering, so I wouldn't be surprised if this actually decides to produce a tornado down and along the line. But still something to keep in mind there as it continues to move off to the north and east. Actually, what I do want to do is I want to take some storm motion to see. It's decent. There could be something down and around those areas. Actually, now that rotation's kind of fizzed out a bit more. So something to keep in mind there. But there was still some general area of rotation. The reds moving away, greens moving towards, right in the middle where you can typically see. But this is just a bit more of an anomaly, as I would say. Would not say that this is tornadic whatsoever at the moment. There has been reports of some funnel clouds, though. 4 miles to the north of Vermillion and Marshall County. This was reported, let's see, a couple minutes ago, actually. Witnessed a needle-type funnel cloud, no tornado that they could see at that time, as well as another one 2 miles east-southeast of Baileyville in Nemaha County, Kansas. It was located at the intersection of Highway 36 and 187, looking down to the west-southwest. So bunch of areas around here, bunch of funnel clouds. Don't really see any official tornado reports, but definitely one of those things where people need to continue to monitor these cells. We've already had a report of a tornado earlier on in the day. Definitely could do so later on this evening. But a bunch of different funnel clouds moving along through. Would not be surprised, to say the least. Let's see. As I mentioned, I would not be surprised. I actually did say that there was some sort of lowering off of the spectrum width, showing that there could be it could be attempting to try and lower. It still is trying to at this moment. Not really too much to say the least from this, but at the same time, it could potentially be trying to do something moving off towards Axtell. So as I mentioned, if you live near Axtell, if you live near United States Route 36, you guys also need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. I mean, this is definitely starting to kind of ramp up a little bit. I did mention before that the models did see an uptrend in thunderstorms and actually intensity towards the 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock hours Eastern Daylight Time. And here we are now. It is starting to kind of uptrend a bit more. So really something to where we need to be on our game here. The tornado watch for Jackson and Powhatan counties in Kansas have been canceled. So you guys are out in the clear. Good news for you guys over there. Let's see. There's a severe thunderstorm warning for Jefferson and Saline counties in Nebraska. Gage has been canceled, but the risks over there are quarter-sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So if you live over there, you guys also need to go ahead, take your proper precautions as well. Could be very much so of a straight-line wind threat, maybe even tornadic down and along the line. Looking on here to see if we can find anything. There is definitely some sort of general rotation here near Plymouth. Red's moving away, green's moving towards right in the middle where the rotation would be. So something to keep in mind there. I don't see the tornado. I don't see any of the official reports on IEM bod yet, Jimmy. So I do not count them as on the ground. But definitely one of those things where we will continue to monitor that one, especially as it heads closer towards DeWitt. Definitely could see something down around there as it moves off to the north and east. This is definitely starting to kind of ramp up a little bit.
We got a new severe thunderstorm warning in South Dakota. This is going to be for Lyon, Minnehaha, Lincoln, and Turner until 7:15 Central. This is mainly for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, so I'm just going to look at that real quick.
Oh. I'm looking at back. What?
I'm going to print screen you something.
Oh, boy.
I want you to just look. If you think you've ever seen de-aliasing, you haven't seen it until this.
Ooh.
Pretty
Yeah.
colors.
That's kind of dead. Spotter network again reports debris falling from the sky north of Vermillion. If that was the case, then the people in my Discord server would be going absolutely mental because I have a couple people in Spotter network. But as of right now, they are not going mental. They are saying that it is more or less just a funnel, and most of the spotters are indeed agreeing with that analogy. Yeah, so just a bunch of funnels with this. Not really anything on the ground at the moment, but it definitely could change as it moves on through. Definitely something we're going to want to monitor. New severe thunderstorm warning for Gage, Lancaster, Saline, and Seward counties in Nebraska. That'll be in effect until 7:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time, with hail and upwards of an inch and wind gusts upwards of 60 miles per hour.
I believe that is in common. I believe that is in relation to the tornado warning for Gage, Jefferson, and Saline as well. So I'll be interested to watch.
Yep, and the tornado warning for Marshall and Nemaha counties will continue until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Still radar indicated rotation and quarter-sized hail.
So important to note, the warning for what was I looking at? Yes, Lyon, Lynn, Minnehaha, and Turner includes the city of Sioux Falls. So 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts are going to be an interesting thing to see if it actually holds as it enters the Sioux Falls metro area. So if you are in there, you definitely want to get under a sturdy building at this moment, as the winds could start to fly debris around in the city. And for sure, yeah. So this is the thing we were watching at the beginning when I initially came on. So
there's definitely some cells you can see on satellite imagery. The ones that were producing the brief funnels down and around the Axtell area. Definitely some sort of rising motion with not really tall tops per se, but still really interesting to say the least as to whether or not those storms will actually develop into supercells. So, interesting. I do want to take a look real quick. Um. Core punching, core punching, core punching. Very nice. There was a report of a tornado in Minnesota. It was a brief tornado touchdown in an open field, so there's that much. How do you get the feature on radar on AOIPS? I don't have AOIPS right now, so I can't remember, honestly. I really can't. But as soon as I get AOIPS up, I will definitely show you as soon as I figure it out. It's better if I, have a visual aid, and just so happens that I don't have any of that right now. But you know what? That's fine. That's fine. Possible CC drop. Look at the BV and then the CC. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Let's take a look. Severe thunderstorm warning for Pawnee County, Nebraska. That'll be in effect until 7:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 1.5 inch size hail. So, let's see. Definitely some interesting velocities near DeWitt. I do not see a correlation coefficient drop as of right now. This is definitely high precipitation based. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if at one point this could have been on the ground, but this is a really gusty wind threat moving on through. So, I mean, there's definitely something there. Definitely something there that could potentially do something. But, Spectrum width shows that it's probably a bit more of a gusty wind threat, I'm going to be completely honest. So, we'll see. If this starts to wrap up again, then it will start to possibly become a bit more tornadic. I'd still say if you're in Clatonia along State Route 41, you guys are going to also want to continue to take your precautions. Now it's time for you to get in your safe space. You'll probably be impacted 5 to 10 minutes down and around that area. So something to keep in mind with all of that storm. Returmers on the huge supercell north of Axtell, Kansas. Oh, interesting. Mesoscale discussion concerning Tornado Watch 273. So we'll take a look at that in a second.
Yeah, that might be something.
Um,
I'm actually just gonna take a look for myself.
Yeah, that'll be pretty interesting to say the least. Glad you guys like the loop. This is still an alpha testing, guys. So it's not, fully it's not fully set in stone yet, but we'll get some stuff and it'll look cool. I gotta say, as of right now, the graphics and the bar with the tornado watch, that thing right there. Yep, that is indeed. That is there to stay. So.
Literally, all the picture says on the mesoscale discussion is tornado threat continues. And then low potential for a few storms on a different part of the frontal boundary.
Yep. We're still adding in stuff. The black box below the little thing that moves on through. There's going to be some live observations from different cities and stuff like that. But other than that, all this is pretty much, what we're doing. I gotta say, all right, this is one of those things where I can be proud. All right, I'm pretty happy as to how I kind of, formulated this a bit. It looks really nice in my honest opinion. I'm sure you guys like it too. Maybe, I don't know, but when this all is said and done, it will definitely look a whole lot better than it once was. So. Becca, welcome back. Nice to see you. This is one of those soap operas. It seems legit. I mean, there is definitely something there. The tornado warning for Marshall and Nemaha County in Kansas will continue to be in effect until 7. So, you know, there could be something. There could be something in and around the line. Would not be surprised, to say the least. But I don't see all too much. I don't see all too much from this as of right now, but it could ramp up a bit. Could ramp up going along the line. The rotation in DeWitt actually is kind of starting to go on through. It's trying to cycle again. Maybe a little. So, you didn't really miss all too much, Gavin. There was a couple funnels and stuff like that, but nothing really, you know, eye-popping.
Nothing too ridiculous.
Yeah, nothing really too ridiculous.
Nothing PDS like we saw the other day.
There wasn't really supposed to be a PDS, you know. This is just a 10% risk for tornadoes. It wasn't a 10% SIG. And I feel like people associate 10% with SIGs as well, with hatched. You know, just even though it's a 10%, they're like,
Not
oh,
how it works. That's not how it works.
Yeah. I feel like people expect for that stuff to happen due to it always being, you know, usually when it's 10%, it's usually pretty bad. You know, and there's actually been some funnels and stuff like that, and some actual tornadoes, so it's actually not all too bad. You know, it's not like it's, you know, not like it's the B word or anything. But there's still a chance that this stuff could ramp up a bit. Cells are kind of exiting the 10% risk for tornadoes, I will say that much. But, you know, there's still a chance for a 5% chance of tornadoes. Definitely something to where people could continue to monitor that. Let me ask you again, do you think moderate potential is tomorrow? Nope. Nope. I can explain my reasoning by doing forecasts and stuff like that, but I would say nope. News station confirmed tornado in Illinois 10 minutes ago. Unknown if it's still on the ground then. Huh? Nani? I don't see any sort of tornado warning on there yet, but the news station might be lagging a little bit. Will Pittsburgh be pushed into an enhanced risk? Please say there will be. I need one. It feeds me. Probably not, in my honest opinion. I think it depletes as soon as it gets closer to you. But there is still slight.
The main enhanced thingy is supposed to really stick over Michigan.
The tornado watch for Fillmore and Thayer County has now been canceled. So, definitely something to keep in mind with that. For sure. I can't believe Michigan is in an enhanced risk. It's not very common. Oh, of course. Yeah, definitely gonna get some gusty winds tomorrow. The lakes won't really impact anything. They really won't. So, you'll get your storms. The risk goes near alter. Of course it does.
It's either he wanted a derecho, so it's either he gets nothing or too much.
Angeli De Dios, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Another Akron, Ohio is in the enhanced risk last checked. Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. In my honest opinion, when it comes to the tornado risks in here, we'll actually do that. Here, we'll loop this thing for you all. There you go. My honest opinion, we'll go into like forecasting the stuff with the models. Because why not? You guys really want to know what's happening. Flash flood warning for Buchanan County in Iowa will be in effect until 2:45 a.m. Central Daylight Time. Ooh. Weak and brief tornadoes are possible over south central Cass and central Crow Wing counties in Minnesota. So interesting
Really?
words from I believe that is Duluth. Interesting choice of words. Look on Twitter. Okay, fine. I'll take a look at Twitter.
Dang it, I'll be right back. Crap.
Tweet from an account no longer exists. Broadcast media reports EF0.
Here we go.
Interesting. New tornado warning for Kankakee County in Illinois. That'll be in effect until 7:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. We'll actually get something out there for you all. Okay, we'll use this radar.
Okay, all fixed.
Fake David, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. GR2 is not responding. That is quite unfortunate.
That's an oof.
Hmm.
So I have my final tooth loose, and literally all food is getting stuck in it.
Oof.
So that's tough.
Yeah, the tornado warning in Illinois. I'm not too sure as to how I can actually respond to it right now because GR2 is kind of just dying.
I'm gonna look at radar scope. Yay.
There we go. All right, so it's actually near Chicago, so that's really interesting. The tornado watch for
yeah.
Republic and Washington counties in Kansas have been canceled. So really interesting with that. Ooh, the rotation here actually is quite decent. I'm
That
gonna be
actually
completely
doesn't
honest.
look half bad.
Yep, the greens and blues moving towards, the grays moving away, right in the middle near Kankakee, heading off to the north and east, eventually near the Grant Park area. So if you live near Kankakee, around State Route 1, maybe around Grant Park, you need to go ahead and take your precautions. Get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Definitely some sort of rotation there. If it isn't really tornado, if it doesn't really show all too much on reflectivity, it doesn't really matter all too much, especially since you have a really interesting outflow boundary. So really, really interesting to say the least. Let's see. I mean, it's definitely trying. It's definitely trying. It's definitely trying. I will say that. I mean, for sure, definitely something to where people could continue to monitor that. I would say this risk hasn't busted so far. I'm going to be completely honest. And this isn't me being delusional. This is me, saying we've had a bunch of tornado warnings today. We've had a couple reports of tornadoes, a bunch of funnel clouds. 10% is actually looking pretty good, especially with how small the 10% is. Would not be surprised. Definitely would not by any stretch of the imagination. there could be something. There could possibly be something here still. There could be. There is some sort of general rotation now just north of Baileyville, eventually heading off to the Du Bois area. So you guys are going to want to take your precautions. New tornado warning for Will County in Illinois. That'll be in effect until 7:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The velocities on that one show decent, really decent returns, actually. You can see the brighter greens moving towards the kind of darker greens moving slower. Let's actually get a storm motion to show you all better as to what this looks like. There it is. The greens moving towards, the reds moving away, right in the middle, just actually almost over top of Wilton Center, eventually crossing over United States Route 52, eventually into the United States Route 45 area. So if you live in those areas, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions. Get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the possible tornadic rotation as you can. So something to keep in mind with that. You guys need to definitely monitor this across the board. Definitely some sort of general rotation moving on through in all of these spots. So really, really something to keep in mind with all of that. But there is definitely some sort of general rotation in all of these storms as that continues to move on through. People need to monitor that, and if you know anyone who lives in any of these areas, you need to tell them to definitely monitor these cells. Let's see. How do I get to colorful outlooks? SPC issues their outlooks with AWIPs show you fake outlook and wasn't colored in. I don't know how to fill in the actual outlooks. I actually don't know how to do that. Flash flood warning has been issued for Johnson and Lynn counties in Iowa. That'll be in effect until 3 a.m. Central Daylight Time. And a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Marshall and Nemaha counties in Kansas. That'll be in effect until 7:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Also, another flash flood warning has been issued for Howard and Winneshiek counties in Iowa, as well as Fillmore and Winona counties in Minnesota. That'll be in effect until 1 a.m. Central Daylight Time and around those areas. Expected rainfall, you can see 1 to 2 inches of rain within the next hour, maybe more. So something to keep in mind in all of those areas. There's the report of the tornado. Corrects the previous report. 3 miles west-northwest of Fairbury. That is over in Nebraska. So more reports of tornadoes across the board. Definitely to where people are going to want to continue to monitor that. Let's see. It's pretty interesting. It's pretty interesting, to say the least. We'll have to see. We'll have to see the dice. Yeah, I gotta say, really interesting to say the least. All of these cells are definitely tornadic across the board. Ooh, okay, not really a correlation coefficient drop there yet. New severe thunderstorm warning for Cass, Gage, Lancaster, and Odie County in Nebraska. That'll be in effect until 7:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. All the tornado warnings have been canceled in Kansas, Marshall, and Nemaha. You're out of the tornado warning as of right now, so it's just these two in Illinois. The one for Will and the one for Kankakee. Definitely one of those things where if you live in those areas, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. The one to the south, near Kankakee, That one looks actually a lot more intense than the one to the north that passed by near Wilton Center. Actually, really interesting to say the least. A bit of a gust front developing with some sort of general rotation here. If you actually take a look at the base velocities, you can see the brighter greens moving towards the darker greens, moving slow, but actually almost even stationary. We'll even take a look at the storm relative velocities to show you what exactly you should be looking for. So you can see the greens moving towards, the reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. Just to the north of Wilton Center, that'll be eventually heading off across the United States Route 45 area. So if you live in that vicinity, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions, as this potentially tornadic cell could be heading off in your way. Eventually, that'll be heading off to the Frankfurt and the Lincoln Estates area near Frankfurt Square in about 15 minutes. Actually, I'd say 10 to 15 minutes, so you guys need to monitor that. It does seem as if the rotation is a bit linear, in my honest opinion. So that is the good news. It seems as if when I say it's linear, it's a good thing for us, due to the fact that it isn't really all too organized. However, the cell down to the south, you can see the greens moving towards, the reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So definitely one of those things where that is still looking relatively nice on reflectivity, or on velocity, I should say. Would not be surprised if that thing, attempted to try and do something. Go, Morgan.
I would like to throw in the severe thunderstorm warning that was issued for Lancaster, Odo, Gage, and Cass does look quite tornadic, especially on velocity and even spectrum width as well. I cannot tell a CC drop because of the hail spike there, but this is headed towards Cortland, Firth, Bennett, Hickman, and potentially Panama. So if you guys know anyone in those areas, please inform them of this, because this could likely go tornado warned again very soon due to the velocities being so tightly entangled. It's very it's had a history of producing, so we're going to continue to monitor it for potentially another tornado warning coming up soon. Right? A flash flood warning for Fayette County in Iowa. Reported by emergency management. Road closures in and around the city of Fayette.
That de-aliasing chat. Oof, what's happening to Hastings radar?
It's committing die.
It really is.
Like I was during my run today.
No, I'm seeing some velocity values in upwards of 166 miles per hour.
Same.
It's mental.
So it's so colorful.
Oh,
no,
yeah,
I'm even gonna save this and save image entire window.
Probably a good idea.
Colors.
The stuff over near Hallam, near Cortland and Princeton and Nebraska, a lot of just straight line winds, but nothing really too much tornadic wise. I mean, there might be something that's trying to form
from 59. Screw my computer.
Might be something that's trying to form in the rear, but other than that, nothing really too interesting in my honest opinion. I think the cell to watch is the one actually down to the south near Du Bois, in Nebraska. Definitely something to where people need to continue to monitor that one.
Ooh, Nate. I would like to just point out real quick. Grand Rapids has issued a severe warning for Allegan, Van Buren, Barry, and Kalamazoo counties in southwest Michigan. This is tornado possible as well, so that is definitely something to keep in mind. The main threat is only wind gusts, but it is tornado possible. We will keep an eye on that for a potential spin going later on.
I'm just looking from Chicago's radar, and you can actually see that there could possibly be something. Is there anything around Tupelo, Mississippi? Nope, Lisa. There is, well, actually, there might be. Hold up. Give me a couple seconds. let me get a definitive answer for you. Okay. No, it does not seem as if there is anything around Tupelo, Mississippi right now. You could theoretically see stuff later, but you probably won't see all too much, in my honest opinion. But is graphical forecasting editor available for the public? Really need to issue 200 Fahrenheit with 200 F Heather to be south. I have got no clue. I'm gonna be completely honest. No clue. Yeah, let's see. After all the tornado warnings not occurring, can you take a look at northwest Louisiana around 9:30 to 10? Gonna get rain. It's probably gonna be a straight line storm. Yeah, possibly, depending upon if I'm still on. Depending upon... Okay, the radar just does not want to load. That's fine. We'll put it on this thing then. Boom.
The radar is committing die.
Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure. There is some general rotation down around there.
I'm seeing a couple.
Grand part.
The 05 frame, but I'm seeing a couplet on the back end of it, which is interesting.
Are you looking at the one in Nebraska?
I'm looking at the warning for the Lancaster OD gauge cast. That thing that I mentioned had rotation earlier, headed towards Firth, Bennett, Panama, etc. Storm track here. It's now headed directly for Firth and potentially Panama and Bennett as well. So it'll be interesting to see what.
Oh, nice.
That's true. It'll be interesting to see how that continues to develop. I'm gonna switch to the freaking Omaha radar because the Hastings radar wants to die.
There we are. And there we are. And there we go. So we got that moving on through. At least you got Warren Gen. Yep, Warren Gen is having a whale of time for AWIPs. It's great, great thing to use, I have to say. Tornado warning for Will County in Illinois. That'll continue to move on through. There is some general rotation, but it's kind of messed up right now. There is another area of rotation that I'm looking at down and behind near Wilton Center again. You might actually see another one in around there. How about Pennock, Minnesota? Let me search it up as to where that is, and I will be able to get back to you as soon as possible. Let's see. Pennock, which is just to the west of Minneapolis. Actually, at one point, let's see, it was near St. Cloud. Ooh, okay, so there is some general thunderstorms around Pennock. There is. They're kind of just stationary, so it might be a localized flooding risk, but honestly, nothing really too much.
Flooding. We don't have enough of that in Iowa yet.
No, this is in Minnesota.
Yeah,
New tornado warning for Pawnee County in Nebraska. That'll be in effect until 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time.
Across the Kansas border.
That's the one that I literally have been telling you guys to watch. This thing could start to ramp up a bit, and I'm actually not joking now. It actually might even try to recycle. It might. But yeah, Pennock, Minnesota will see some localized winds. Maybe something tornadic, possibly. You guys had the chance for a tornado earlier, but other than that, you guys should be fine for now.
For now.
For now. We have a
Wow,
report.
there's really no good radar site that can cover this, which is unfortunate.
Yeah.
I'm using the Topeka radar, and that is still looking 6,000 feet into the sky.
Yeah.
So, that's a little unfortunate.
We have had over 4 or 5 days of straight enhancers. Yeah, we have, haven't we?
This may be the... Yeah,
Third,
actually, 4
day,
days. This will be
day
4.
3, day 4,
Saturday,
something
Sunday,
like that.
Monday, and today.
Yeah, it's definitely been pretty interesting.
Gotta love the big surface low in Canada.
See you later, 2020. Thanks for coming out to the stream. You got a tornado warning? Yeah, you guys had that. You guys had that tornado warning. I was actually really surprised in covering that, but
Holy crap.
yeah, definitely something in and around there to watch.
Also, back up near Hallam. This is in the severe warning that includes Lincoln. Something maybe trying to recycle inside of that. Inbound winds are pretty darn strong. The outbound winds are not that good, but could definitely rev up a little bit. I'm going to storm track this real quick. So this is headed off to almost the north, north, and east. So it is currently impacting Hallam. Will likely could either hit or miss Sprague and Roca. So we'll keep an eye on that. It looks like it will miss the majority of the Lincoln metropolitan area.
New tornado warning for Will and Lake counties. Will in Illinois, Lake in Indiana. That'll be in effect until 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Definitely some decent rotation in around that. I believe that is actually just getting extended. Still just basically living on a prayer. But still, you can definitely see the blues moving towards the grays moving away, right in the middle where the rotation would be, just to the north of Grant Park, just to the south of Beecher, probably crossing over State Route 1 within the next couple of minutes. I honestly wouldn't be surprised. So let's go ahead and get some timings out for you all. This will be crossing over there. They're about crossing over State Route 1 in about, say, 5 minutes. And then going over towards the St. John area near US Route 41 in about, I'd say, 20 minutes. Nicholas Reiser, thank you for the $1 super chat. I really do appreciate that, my friend. I really do. So, thank you. Yeah. I mean, this is definitely really interesting to say the least. Really could be something that happens in there. The tornado warning for Will County in Illinois has been canceled, so that is the good news. But there is still some of the other cells.
Replaces it.
No. Well, is it the new warning that replaces it? No, it's the northern cell. The northern cell in Illinois that got canceled. That's what I thought.
Wow.
The other one will be allowed
Will
to
County's a
expire,
big
I believe.
County, then. Jeez. Will County is a bigger county then. Jeez.
Uh-huh. Well, Cloud Party saying it looks like it's lowering nicely there on Stream Classic setup. Yep, I wouldn't be surprised. There are some events that could pop off a bit. Definitely would not be surprised, to say the least. Oh, what is it like in Hville? Well, you see, I'm an East Coast pleb, so I don't know where Hville is. Just got a tornado warning for Lake County, Indiana. You did indeed. This is a decent tornadic rotation moving in your area that has had a history of producing these weak little spin-ups, or just a spin-up, I believe. But still something where you need to continue to monitor that as it continues to move on through. Depending upon where you are in Indiana, yes, there is a tornado not on the ground right now, but there's some sort of tornadic rotation heading off into your general vicinity. If you know anyone who lives in these areas, Iroquois County reports a tornado now. Pictures of a brief tornado west of Onarga confirmed by emergency management. That was way back when, though. That is really way back when. But there was some reports of tornadoes. So this entire day, these constant little spin-ups all across the board. Let's see. You live in Shearerville. Okay, so you're probably going to want to continue to monitor this. Just for tracking sake, I'll tell you, this storm is kind of heading off into your general vicinity. It'll be impacting your area in around 20 minutes, give or take. So I'll continue to monitor this for you. I will definitely continue to monitor this for you as this continues to move off to the north and east. So, let's see. You live in Keys. What? Nani? Oh, you live in Hessville. Okay. Hessville. If you know anyone who lives in those areas, by the way, rice and beans. If you know anyone who lives around St. John, Lake Hills, Schererville, maybe even New Elliott, just anyone who lives along US Route 41, maybe even US Route 231, you might want to tell them to go ahead and take their precautions, or send them to me if they if you want a visual aid, if they want a visual aid. Let's see. Nashville, Indiana. Let's take a look. Okay, so Hessville itself doesn't seem to be getting directly impacted, but it could definitely continue to move on through. It might curl off to the north, but as of right now, it does not seem as if it's going to be impacting your area directly. That's in Hammond. Okay, that's what I thought. Just as you, yeah. Tornado sirens just went off. Yep, so you're probably going to want to continue to take your precautions. This will be impacting your area, I'd say, in about 15 to 20 minutes. I would say so, in my honest opinion.
I know you're focusing on that tornado warning for whoever is in chat, but I would like to point out for Lancaster County in southeastern Nebraska, flash flood warning with a rate of 2 to 4 inches in an hour expected. So that is definitely dangerous flash flooding. If you're in that area, you should seek higher ground if you can.
Mm-hmm. Let's see.
Just had a trail of flash flood warnings.
You live near 30 and 41. Okay, so you're right at the intersection, per se. This is still heading off into your general vicinity, so you might want to continue to monitor this, but as of right now, this is kind of heading off towards the north and east in that general vicinity, so you might want to continue to monitor this. I'm going to continue to do so. Definitely going to continue to do so, actually. There it is. The new scan came in. Don't see a correlation coefficient drop yet. Spectrum width shows that there really isn't a lot of forcing moving down towards the surface, so it doesn't seem as if it's on the ground right now. But it is coming closer and closer to your general vicinity. I'd say give or take 17 minutes. So, the tornado warning for Kankakee County in Illinois has now been canceled / expired. So now it's just this one for Will and Lake, as well as Pawnee County in Nebraska, that other one that we currently have the loop above us for. So, something to keep in mind with that. We had a super, super small one last year. Oh, yeah. There was a couple super, super small ones earlier on today, too. So, definitely a bunch of risks. A bunch of risks across the board.
Ugh.
Not really too strong right now. I mean, it's strong, don't get me wrong. It's up 1,600 feet. And it's got, say, a delta velocity of around 50 knots, which would be around 60 miles per hour. So, you know, it's not all too bad. But it is kind of weak, so that's the good news there. To provide any sort of comfort. A different storm in southeast Nebraska trying to get a hook on the rotation. Is it really? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's trying. Let's see. Amateur radio reports a funnel cloud in Will County, Illinois. So there actually has been reports of a funnel cloud with this one. It might be trying to do something. It might honestly be trying to do something. The spectrum width shows that there actually is some sort of lowering. John, I'll see you later. Thanks for coming out to the stream. Definitely something to continue to monitor this. Actually, it does seem as if it has intensified just a little bit. Nothing really too much, though, as I've mentioned before. 59.2 knot delta velocity. So right around, I'd say 67, 68 miles per hour as a delta velocity.
Police! Help! Help! Police!
Been gone since 5:30 EST. What have I missed?
You haven't missed a lot. You've missed a couple possible you've missed these couple spin ups and stuff like that. Nothing really too interesting, however. So you've just arrived right on time for some sort of action. Definitely, as I mentioned, some sort of funnel cloud with some sort of lowering could possibly be trying to do something, but as of right now, it still is relatively weak. But as I mentioned, if you live near St. John, Lake Hills, Schererville, you need to go ahead and continue to monitor the storm. The tornado warning for Pawnee County, Nebraska will continue to sustain until 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So nothing really too much that we're missing out of that storm. Got your cats in the basement. You're going to crack a beer, go and stand outside. Sacrifice yourself to the tornado cats.
Like you said you were going to do the other day when
I said I would.
the cap shattered.
Oh yeah, but in all seriousness though, I'll tell you right now. I'll tell you this much: you probably won't be able to see it until it's literally over top of you. I do want to mention that much. There's not really a lot of rain with this. I'll give it that, but there is some, and so it can hamper your vision as to this this storm. It is still kind of bright outside, so you might be able to see something, but at the same time, it's probably not a good idea to wait outside. I'd say, give or take, about 10, 15 minutes from now is when you could possibly see the tornadic rotation. So I'd say in about a couple minutes you come inside. When it starts to really rain, you need to take your precautions. Chinese orange and issue 100
And again, do not wait to see or hear a tornado, especially when the light starts to fade. Especially with something like this, it could drop right on top of you. So you need to be very aware of your surroundings at this moment.
Oh yeah, for sure. I would just rather be safe than sorry.
Outside of my house. Why? Just no.
Of course, storms are starting to form in Texas. They're just kind of doing their own thing. But definitely one of those things where you need to continue to monitor that.
It's Texas.
Yeah. A lot of reports of heavy rain in Iowa. My goodness. We've got some rain amounts, 2.5, 2.25, 2 3/4, 2 inches. Oh, even up to 4 inches of rain that has already fallen.
Yeah. And especially for the most recent flash flood warning issued for basically the city of Lincoln, it indicates potentially up to 4 inches of rain over the next hour. So it's definitely dangerous amounts of rainfall.
I mean, that is definitely this is a widespread flooding risk, if I do say so myself.
That's crystal ball.
Police! Police! Help! Police! Help! Police!
Just like those
Help! Police!
Yes. I
Last
said
one for night. He'll be in chat until stream over.
Piece 1012 YT, or Piece 1012 YT, thank you for the $2 super chat. I really do appreciate it. I do want to mention this storm now has a 54 mile per hour delta velocity, so it is kind of weakened a bit. That is the good news here. The spectrum width still shows that there could be some sort of lowering in and around that area, but it does seem as if it is kind of weakened a bit. The outflow isn't really wrapping around to kind of sustain the storm, but we'll continue to monitor this one. Definitely one of those things where you're going to want to continue to keep your eyes peeled with that cell. Can I show Chicago? Yeah, of course. Chicago right now has a couple of thunderstorms in and around that area. Depending upon where you live, if you live on the western side, western metropolitan area near Oak Brook, Clarendon Hills, stuff like that, you guys are experiencing some rain. Maybe, nah, not really. Just a lot of gusty winds, in my honest opinion. You might experience a possible spin up, but in my honest opinion, that's very unlikely. So, you're fine. You're fine over in Chicago. They should be fine. Can I show Kansas? Yep. I'll show it in a second. Rice and beans, you should be just, if you think of this as like rain falling from the sky, then you should be fine, because that's what the weather is, basically. As long as you're in your safe space, you should be okay. This thing isn't all too powerful, it isn't all too strong. So, that is the good news from this. Here is Kansas for you. Kansas is kind of, doesn't really have all too much to deal with anymore. But across the board, there's just a bunch of cells. Nothing really too much. 2 severe thunderstorm warnings have been issued. One for Cass, Lancaster, and Odie County. That'll be in effect until 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time for 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. Another one for Nemaha and Richardson counties. That'll be in effect until 8:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for 60 mile per hour wind gusts and 1 3/4 inch sized hail. So something to keep in mind in and around those areas. Which is more accurate, AccuWeather or the Weather Channel?
No, none. Probably AccuWeather, but
No, AccuWeather doesn't do live analysis though. I'd say I'd go with the Weather Channel. Their live analysis on hurricanes is far more superior than AccuWeather. The Weather Channel has always been a tropical organization. Always has, always will be. Let's go back.
Love it. Just, it's the most awesome thing to see. Just Jim Cantori trying to report during a hurricane. It's
Oh yeah, it's a sight to behold. It's raining extremely hard. Yeah, I told you, you probably shouldn't go outside now. You probably should be indoors. Now is probably the time. It's literally going to impact...
Nate, you know?
No, it's just downburst. I would say rice and beans. Now it's time for you to go ahead and actually go and get into your safe space. I mentioned before that as soon as it starts raining, you probably should get in there. Now, as you have been reporting, it indeed is starting to rain. This will be heading off eventually towards the Shearville area, north of the St. John area, although St. John will probably experience the rear flank downdraft. Eventually heading off into the Griffin and Ross area. That'll be in about 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes. So definitely one of those things where you need to continue to monitor that. No, you don't need to turn the gas off. You just need to go and get
Nate,
into your
what is
safe space.
Torcon today? He doesn't use Torcons.
Yeah, I don't use Torcon.
That's a Weather Channel exclusive thing, which he pointed out to me when I was using them. So-
New tornado warning for Miami County in Ohio. That'll be in effect until 9 p.m. Eastern
Ohio.
Daylight Time. We'll actually take a look and see what cell is actually doing all of that. What's causing that ruckus? Ohio County, I believe, is
No,
near
Miami County
Dayton.
in Ohio.
Yeah, I believe it's near Dayton. I believe it actually is near Dayton. And if that is the case...
I think I'm seeing it. No. Oh, I am seeing it. What is this?
Yeah, there's a general area rotation. Is it near Pleasant Hill?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so there's this little kink in the
actually,
line.
there is.
There's a little kink in the line. Definitely would not be surprised if there's a quick little spin up that forms along that.
Nate, I ask you actually if you want the best view of the storm, in my opinion, go to Radar Scope and take a look at the Dayton Airport TDA.
Oh, I saw that. That looked
you
absolutely
actually
nice.
get a good view of it.
Oh yeah, I saw that for sure. Unfortunately, it has no velocity values. It was just a lot of, just a lot of something in general. But you know what? Still pretty interesting. The storm that was heading towards Shearville is now kind of weakened a bit. However, I still believe that you should be in your safe space if you're along United States Route 41. So something to keep in mind with that. Kilo 147, you didn't miss a lot. I'm going to be completely honest. There's just been some storms that have been like quickly spinning up across the board. Nothing really too much for Ohio. As a matter of fact, Ohio is actually going to get it worse tomorrow. So, something to keep in mind with that. If you're in a warning, you probably should heed it and get to your safe space. However, the rotation near Shearville has kind of died out, which is the good news in this case. But let's see. I'm really curious. Actually, there is the base velocity from Dayton, and that actually looks relatively impressive. I'm not going to lie. This will actually probably be heading off more towards the north and east than the National Weather Service has anticipated. So it'll be probably going near the Covington area, eventually into the Pica area. So if you guys live near Covington and Pica, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions as well. Get underground and get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This thing could definitely be on the ground right now. I do not know for sure as to whether or not it is. But either or, you just need to continue to monitor this as this moves up and near Covington. So please do me a favor and just go ahead and get into your safe space. Definitely the best thing that you want to do there. Shearville, I still don't see anything really of interest. There's actually the outflow boundaries kind of collapsed on it a little bit, but you're still going to want to sit in your safe space right now. Definitely something that you're going to want to do due to the fact that that'll continue to move on. Could possibly pose a risk for tornadoes. Let's see. What is the update in Hessville? Hessville seems to be in the clear, in my honest opinion. They'll get some scattered storms later on in the evening, but other than that, nothing really too much. Why does Morgan think there's going to be a high risk in the Midwest? I don't know. He's having a whale of a time.
Earlier in the day today, I was forecasting, looking through the HRRR runs and the North American runs. I thought that if a combination of two things happened, we could see a high. So one thing, or two things actually, there are two things really that need to happen. cold front needed to stall, and the lows needed to combine. The Cristobal low needed to combine with the surface low in Canada. As of the looks of it, neither of those things are going to be happening today or tomorrow. So we are likely going to continue to just see the enhanced, which would be a 5% tour for Michigan, which includes Detroit and stuff like that. But the thing is, Thursday actually Thursday the two lows could combine, and we could potentially be talking about an interesting severe weather situation in the northeast on Thursday. I could potentially see a slight and even an enhanced. It'll be interesting to see what ends up happening with these two storms. And I would like to point out that the Dayton rotation has kind of died.
Hmm.
Um,
It's forming into a more broader rotation, in my honest opinion.
but yeah, that's why I thought that there was a. That's why I thought there could have been a high.
Hmm.
Alter would have just jumped.
Oh,
off a
Alter.
cliff.
Well, I want to tell you this. Alter and I already know that's going to be an enhanced, and it's not going to go moderate. Although he has mentioned that it could possibly, but it's no.
It's possible. I think it's possible.
Nah, I don't, and I'll explain fully as to why I think it's not. They're
Chat,
just
if there is a moderate tomorrow, everyone in here needs to subscribe to me if you're not already for
I didn't do this
tomorrow.
shit on your channel yesterday, and yet
I
here
know,
you
I know,
are.
I know, I know. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. You're good though, I'm not stopping you.
I mean, I could, but I'm here to build up the smaller communities.
The minorities.
The minorities.
Person that
Yeah.
does things wants you to read his DMs.
Why?
I don't know. He just said read DMs, and he tagged you too, or mentioned you.
I don't know. You're good now. You're awesome. I gotta check. Yeah, you should be all right. The rotation's kind of just moved over you, so you should theoretically be fine. Yep. You're good, rice and beans. If you know anyone who lives near New Elliott, though, you might want to tell them to, like, monitor this, though. Could definitely be something along the way. Could definitely be something along the way. Will you be affected by any storms tonight? I have to remember where you are from. You've been watching since March. Not too bad. Yeah, I mean, it could be better, it could be worse. Especially with the risks that we have right now. Nothing
I
really.
really wish I saw your Easter live stream. That would have been
Oh, dude, it was chaotic.
ridiculous.
Rapid fire.
I bet if you knew about me then and stuff like that, I know you had other people on your stream, but
I had
how many others did you end up having in total?
7.
7.
Yep, I had 7. A bunch of people were out with me that day. We had
What's your
specific.
prediction for tomorrow in Michigan? We've been here for 2 months on June 13th.
Can I look at Winchester, Indiana? Yeah, give me a second.
So peace tomorrow. There is a 5% tour, 30% wind, and 15% hail over parts of eastern Michigan. Nothing is hatched yet as of the latest outlooks. I'm going to just continue to check up on them. But parts of southeastern Michigan are in an enhanced for mainly the wind tomorrow, as the low level shear is going to be pretty nice inside that. I think we could see the enhanced being extended into southwestern Michigan, if I had to be honest, as well, as the shear is going to carry over from there extremely well as well. But it's going to be tomorrow. You're looking at mostly an embedded supercell threat, which will be interesting going down the line. 5% tour, could be 10, but I'm not gonna complain.
Indiana
right now.
does indeed have a tornado warning. However, I kind of have been covering that thing. It hasn't really done a lot. It's just sat there. It produced a little funnel every now and then, but it's just not been
Oh,
really
I know
interesting.
a place in the 5% tomorrow. I think Oberlin College is in the 5%.
Hmm.
For
Can I look at
tomorrow.
Lincoln? Yeah, why not? Here's Lincoln, Nebraska. There's already a flash flood warning for
Flash
this
flood
area.
warning, yeah.
So definitely to where you're gonna need to you're gonna want to turn around and don't drown if you do find any flooded roadways. Oh, you live in Pittsburgh. Okay, okay. No, you won't get anything tonight. You might be getting stuff tomorrow. But yeah, Lincoln, Nebraska, definitely a general rain risk in and around those areas. But there just really isn't a lot. There's general rotation, but it's nothing too much. Going to be completely honest. So.
Alright, tell you what, Nate, I'm gonna mute and use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
It could be better, could be worse, in my honest opinion. See ya, Brady. Thanks for coming out to the stream. Yeah, the rotation really isn't just... It's still kind of just depleting, in my honest opinion. A question, though. There's a little area of rotation near Flossmoor, but... As to whether or not that'll continue to move off and be tornadic. Who knows? Can you go check Lawrence, Kansas? Seriously starting to lose hope getting any rain. Yeah, you're not getting anything. Oshawott, you're out of the risk. Didn't they cancel the tornado watch for you? So... Mainly wind threat tomorrow for Pittsburgh. Your family there. Of course, it could change. 2020 has been wild. That is true. It has been. Definitely has been wild. Now, let's see. Very windy. That's stuff. You never were in a tornado watch? What do you mean? If you never were in a tornado watch, then you probably weren't supposed to get anything to begin with. To be completely honest. Yeah, you probably aren't gonna get anything. Yeah, I mean, nothing really too much. Weather and nature. Thanks for coming out. I really do appreciate it. I really do. I don't know. It's just this stuff kind of is depleting right now. I'm going to be completely honest. I mean, there is still general rotation, but it's just not looking good. The tornado warning in Ohio is expired. Let's take a look and see what's all happening in Omaha. Not really a lot, in my honest opinion. I don't foresee anything going tornado warning. I mean, there might be little bits and bobs of rotation. We'll stay on for a little bit. I say, you know what we will do, all right? We will let this loop through here. Does this look better? All right, I got a question for you all. I've got a question for you all. Okay? I've got a decent little question. Does this look good? Or does this look good? Either or. Tornado warning for Pawnee County, Nebraska has been canceled. Does 1 look good or does 2 look good? We'll let it loop through like this, and we'll talk about what's going to be happening tomorrow. We'll go through why I think it's not going to be all too interesting. But you guys tell me if number 1 looks good or number 2 looks good. Okay, so let's discuss tomorrow. Okay, so you can kind of see there are some storms that kind of just push on through tonight, but nothing really too much. And then you can kind of see a boundary actually forms around 21Z, which seems to be that's the time where I might be actually trying to... I might try and stream right around 4 Central, 5 Eastern. I might. So, but anyways, you can kind of see these little cells that kind of form in Ohio. That's kind of the reason why I think there might be a 5% risk down there. Maybe a 2%. We'll have to see when it comes to the actual soundings. Let's take a sounding out in front of the developing line, see what could be happening out there. The wind profiles are absolutely garbage for tornadoes, so it might even be a 2% with a 5% in some localized areas. Not a lot of helicity. The shear is okay. I mean, it's there. There is definitely some shear, but I think 50% is good enough in my honest opinion. There is some... nah, that's terrible. I'd say all of this is a wind risk. I'd say 2% chance of tornadoes probably would be a good idea for this. Let's take a look at the... let's take a look at the HRRR. See what the HRRR says about this thing. It says it has discrete cells forming, but even then, the photographs on that are kind of terrible. New tornado warning for Cook County, Illinois, and Lake County in Indiana. That'll be in effect until 8:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So let's actually take a look at that one. That's actually the cell that I said could possibly go. So here we are. This tornadic rotation here near East Hazel Crest, about to cross over the I-80 area, eventually heading towards South Holland, the Calumet City, and the Burnham areas. If you live over there, or if you know anyone who lives over there, you need to go ahead and take your precautions. Get underground or get into the lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Yeah, that low is the extratropical low Cristobal. Extratropical storm Cristobal, whatever that is, yeah. So, pretty interesting to say the least. Honestly, I think they issued this tornado warning just in case if anything happened. More or less a countermeasure as to whether or not this thing could actually go. We'll see. We'll see. As it continues to move on through. Let's see. What I will do real quick is a lot of you people actually said that the smoothing is fine. So we'll look at the smoothing again. There might actually be something that's trying to hook again. What is this? Potentially some sort of rotation. Now granted, the radars are quite far away from these actual storms, but as it continues to move over towards Omaha, you might actually start to see something. You might. Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of doing its own thing. That may be tapping to the energy from the main upper vortex. Oh yeah. What's this? This specifically is just rotation in general near Chicago. But the other tornado warning should theoretically end soon. The rotation's literally out away from it, heading towards Lake Michigan. The other rotation's even worse than the one near Gary. So there's that much to say about that. But you know, there could be something. Could be something. Even down in Nebraska, there could still be something. So would not be surprised. I would not rule it out. The potential for some sort of tornadic development, even in Nebraska still. Even in Nebraska. But, yeah, south of Chicago and Illinois could see something. Could. But it does not look good whatsoever. I think it's more or less they took a precaution. After all these warnings, and I'll assess the situation, see what all we have, and then I'll test to see as to whether or not I should continue to stream. We'll get into like final thoughts and stuff like that. Would you consider today, if nothing else would happen, a B word? No, because I think there was a lot of tornadoes, or at least rotation, and funnels and tornadoes. Well, just general tornadoes in the 10% to begin with. You have to think of it this way. The risk was so small to begin with. It's pretty small. So, I don't think it was a bust. I think it was fine. Not really too upset over a couple confirmed tornadoes. Definitely not upset. So, I mean, these cells. There is still definitely something that's trying to form, especially near Barada, which is giving me hope that there might still be something in and around those areas. I mean, yeah, it could potentially do something. 5% verified? Where? So that 10% area was... No, in my opinion, it wasn't. I thought it actually was fine. Because it actually produced some tornadoes in that area. A couple tornadoes. Even some funnels. I'd say the northern part of the 10% was a B word. Like near Lincoln. But other than that, I think they did a pretty good job. Tornado warning for Lake County in Indiana is expired, so it's just this one, Cook and Lake. I mean, it definitely did attempt to produce a bunch of stuff. Show biceps. I already did in the beginning of the stream. I mean, there's general rotation, but it's just belay. What happened? Not really too much, but there were a couple brief spin-ups, Jaden, stuff like that. Who knows? Kayla Roblox, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Might be the end of the stream soon, but you know what? Welcome. Nice to see you here. Yeah, just a bunch of stuff in general. Where is this? This is south of Chicago. This is the only tornado warning to exist as of this moment. In which, my honest opinion, the National Weather Service just kind of issued this as a precautionary. So, it might try and do something, but you can kind of see the classic hook characteristic. Something down and around that area. I would not be surprised if something attempted to try and form, but nah, nothing really too much. Just got back from spotting. Nice, Michael. Did you see anything? I can't get over we've had more moderates in the first 9 days of June than the entirety of May. Yeah, I know. It's pretty nice. I said that June would probably be more active than May. I literally said that. You could probably go back to any stream that I had, and I will literally tell you, boom. No, the Stram? I'm sorry. I'm very confused as to what you mean. Very much so confused. I gotta say, pretty nice beta test. I'm not gonna lie. Stream definitely was pretty nice. In there. A lot of wind gusts. Reported trees and damage on the west side of Hastings in Nebraska. Okay. Interesting.
Western side of Hastings, he said.
Uh-huh, Nebraska. Wind damage. Trees down. Like northern suburbs of Chicago, your TV got interrupted for the tornado warning. Well, if you're in the northern suburbs of Chicago, then you shouldn't really be impacted. What about Ohio tomorrow? Ohio's actually probably going to see some stuff, to be completely honest. It probably will see some gusty winds. Maybe a chance for a tornado. That'll kind of be like overnight, so. Who knows? We'll see. We shall see. Storm Prediction Center has issued the Day 1 Convective Outlook. I'm quite curious to see what all they added. Quite curious. Even the El Reno tornado in 2013 was close to a B word. Just a smidgen more of cap and that would have never happened. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, will Union, South Carolina get some A, and tomorrow Union, South Carolina won't get anything today. Tomorrow they might get some scattered thunderstorms, but that's really it. Do you think Wisconsin will be done tonight? Yeah. They probably won't be done tomorrow. Enhanced risk got removed. Yeah, that figures. I wonder if there's still a 10%, or a 5%, I should say. The 10% is the enhanced risk.
There is. There is.
Still 5% for that area?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Really interesting.
There's still that hatched for hail, which is interesting.
Merrillville, Indiana here observing this event as well. Oh, yeah. I question as to actually where Merrillville is, because as I mentioned, you know, my geography outside of the mid-Atlantic kind of lacks, but oh, okay. So I see. Yeah. I mean, there's definitely something that's down and around the area, but honestly, nothing really too much. I mean, there could be something that tries and forms. There's definitely a gust front. If it wraps around its outflow, it definitely could do something around Wilton Center, and we can have that situation again. But, you know, it might do something. It might not. Train weather spotter seen a low cloud base near Merrillville. Maybe from this cell? Maybe? I don't know. Near Gray. Oh. Yeah, Nani? I don't know where Gray is. Crazy how good Cristobal still looks as a ET. Oh, yeah. It still looks pretty decent. Not gonna lie. But we'll have to see. Yeah, as soon as this warning expires, we'll analyze all the stuff. See if we need to continue to stream. There's a pit. There isn't really a pit in my stomach, which tells me that there could be something more. There could be. Oh, jeez. It just so happens that there might now be a water spout. That's kind of interesting.
Seems legit.
Sorry, Gary. Oh, okay. So yeah, that cell over here, that's over into Michigan. Lake Michigan, I should say.
Oh, are you looking at that?
Oh yeah, the thing, take a look at the velocities on that one.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
The orange is moving away, the green's moving towards. Right in the middle is where it would be. I'm
Got a
actually,
pretty good looking inflow notch.
dude, it's got a delta velocity of 98 miles per hour.
Seems legit.
Yeah, that's
Bit mental.
oh yeah. Oh yeah. You can say it's a bust. I think it's sustained. I enjoyed the 10% due to the fact that there was a couple tornadoes. A couple funnels too. You got to think of it this way. The 10% says that a 10% risk is, if you think of it this way, you take that 10% circle, which already was pretty small, and cut it into tenths. 1/10 of that area would experience tornadic-like conditions. And if you think of it like that, yeah, that's exactly what happened. It's not everything is supposed to be these giant tornadoes, especially since it wasn't supposed to be today anyways. Someone keep an eye on this storm. Oh yeah. It's having a whale of a time. Can you look at Texas, Northwest Louisiana? I sure can. Let's see. Shreveport says there's a couple cells. With a little bits and bobs of hail, but nothing really too much. 5% tour, 15% wind, 15% hail. But I need to see where that 15% tour is. I need to see where. It's kind of diminished what it took. Honestly. You're going to stick around until you cast off. Your channel gets butt compared to everyone else on YouTube. Well, it might end soon. I'm trying to debate as to whether or not I should continue to stream.
Weather.
Get out of here. Stats of the storm here in northwestern Indiana. Yeah, no problem. I typically am the guy to try and get as much information out as possible. There's a severe thunderstorm warning for Cook and Will counties in Illinois, and that has a tornado possible on it. So, what are the chances of this cell being tornadic, chat? I think they're pretty high. I'm going to be completely honest. Want you to stream when you personally think it's going to be life-threatening event. For example, 2016, May 25th at a 5% and a 2% risk. And the EF4 Chapman tornado happened in a 2% risk. True, and that's the reason why I picked today to kind of stream. Because I did feel like there could be some sort of tornadic development down and around near that 10%. And I felt like it indeed did that. So
At the cell near Nebraska City, I will get on that.
I've been pretty consistent with my streams, honestly. You know, when it comes to streaming when I feel like there actually is danger. So.
Which cell? Like the severe warn thing? Because there's actually some rotation near Dunbar, some general rotation.
People are saying that you can take over if anything happens. You can just stream, but honestly, even you. But I was just like, there's nothing really to stream.
If somehow the cap just absolutely implodes again, like it did yesterday, nothing really happened when the cap did implode today. Then maybe I will, but there's really nothing to cover. And there goes the tornado warning in
Illinois.
Illinois.
Mm.
Now you must make the tough decision, Nathan Snyder.
I honestly think that this could
I just
possibly.
pronounced your last name with an SCH.
You sure did.
Schneider.
That's my alternate account, actually.
Nathan Schneider.
What are the chances of this going tornado warned? Decent. Decent in my honest opinion. Do I think it's going to go tornado warned? Possibly. It has a pretty nice hook. Does the spectrum width say anything? Kind of. ZDR? Yeah, there's an updraft there. KDP shows there's something. I think it probably could go if it wraps it around. But the only issue is that it's not wrapping it around. Let's take a 3D of it. 3D will be able to tell me as to what all is happening with the storm. There is an inflow notch on it, but it's not strong. It's very weak. If I can find something that can convince me that nothing's going to happen.
There's a ladybug that is flying all around me, and it's quite frankly annoying.
That's understandable. Ooh, there's a cell that literally formed right along that outflow boundary.
Really?
Who do you guys recommend to watch after the stream? Royal NYR, what's his face? That dude is
Royal NYR, what's its face? Alright, I'm changing my channel name, chat.
That dude's pretty lit. Look at the cell a little bit north of Nebraska City. I mean, I couldn't remember what your numbers were at the end, so I was just like,
54.
Where's Nebraska City? I don't know where Nebraska City is. Tell me where Nebraska City is, so that I can actually look. Oh, there's Nebraska City. There it is.
Or
I found it.
Okay, this freaking thing is in my way.
Ooh. It's a real gusty wind threat, I must say. Oh, crap. There's only a 5% risk for Nebraska still. Yeah, Everything is just kind of dead.
Rips in chat.
That might be the encouragement I need to stop streaming, but I'm like, oh, it's probably going to go tornado warned.
If it does go tornado warned, then big oopsie for you.
Okay. I'll tell everyone this. Much. The tornado risk isn't over tonight, but I don't want to stream. I don't want to stream right now. I'm dead. I literally got 1 hour
to
of...
go watch anime, chat.
That's honestly the truth, but I also had 1 hour of sleep last night.
Only one?
Mm-hmm. I couldn't get to sleep, so I decided to work on the scrolling bar thing for all the watch text. So let's put it this way. I'm looking at 2 areas of rotation. We'll get into our final thoughts in a bit. But anyways, across the board, you can expect to see possibly some sort of tornadic rotation. Maybe down and around near Nebraska City. I see a lot of convergence, so maybe a lot of gusty winds. South of Omaha near Plattsmouth all the way down to maybe Mountain City, but that's really it. Down and around that area. And then if we go down to Illinois, you'll be able to see there's literally one area of rotation that I was literally ponding over the entire time. But anyways.
Alright. I just want to ask a question real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Chat. If I were to live stream after Nate, even though not a whole lot is going on right now, if I were to live stream right now after Nate ends, just because on the concept that there still is the threat with the shear being as such, and there is actually a good significant tornado parameter across parts of Missouri. So, if I were to go live after this, say 9:30, 9:45, who would join? I want to see responses in chat.
I don't think anything will be happening that late. I think the tornado threat will literally be like within the next 10 minutes.
Here we go.
I mean, it's just doing its own thing. Flexman, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. Dude, I absolutely love this subscription noise.
Okay.
Yeah, weird flex, but okay. I love the music, I have to say. Okay, we got one person saying they join. Probably a couple more. That's 3. You don't know his
But
channel.
I don't know his channel. It's Royal NYR54. Literally, I will put in the link to my channel right now.
Might want to do that.
Yep, let me find it.
Came back to say bust. It wasn't a bust, though. It wasn't a bust.
It was not a bust, good sir.
It wasn't a bust.
Good sir slash man.
If you think of it this way, the 10% was already pretty small, and if you take 1/10 out of the entire circle, it technically experienced tornadic conditions. So, no bust. Yeah, exactly. Weatherman Caden, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. And to him, thank you for subscribing to him as well. He's pretty dope. Go subscribe to him, chat. He'll stream every now and then, especially when...
Oh my god.
Especially when I don't stream. He'll be streaming for me, so...
Yeah, most of the time.
Mm-hmm. Link up there. Up and above. That's his link to his channel. He posted it. So if you click the link, boom, you're good. Don't know what you're talking, but I'm checking. Yeah, alright, my brain is now convinced that nothing is going to happen. I've convinced myself.
I will if I get your channel name. The link is up there.
Get some rest, dude.
Oh,
You're
man,
too
that's
important for
too
retirement. Ha
Retirement.
true.
How would
But
you have an accident? Would your brother just like freaking surprise attack you?
no, theoretically, I would be like driving or something like that, and then, which is what I did this morning. But it is what it is. So, well, anyways, guys, let's get into our final thoughts to the stream. Well, there could be a little mini tornado risk later.
Sound a little loopy there, Nathan.
Yeah, maybe a little, but meh, that's okay. Could be a little mini tornado threat later on tonight, especially around the Iowa, Missouri, and Nebraska area, but honestly, not really too much. You know, you can see a little bit of wind, a little bit of hail, but quite honestly, nothing really too big in my honest opinion. Tomorrow, enhanced risk for Michigan and Ohio. Definitely a really interesting wind threat. I wouldn't be surprised if the wind risk, the enhanced, actually got extended further south, as well as a possible area where a 5%, well, actually the risk could be possibly extended further west. Would not be surprised one bit. But at the same time, you know, stuffing around those areas, it's going to be pretty interesting. Probably a 30% chance for wind. Maybe a significant severe, maybe. But other than that, really just gusty winds. Hail, it's alright. And the tornadoes, it'll be pretty interesting, alright? I have my opinions on it. You might see a couple discrete cells out in Ohio that might produce maybe a tornado, maybe. You could also see the discrete cells before they turn linear. That could also produce tornadoes in Indiana. Depending upon where they form, you know, we'll have to see. But definitely one thing to where you're going to continue to monitor that. We talked about that in the models showing you all. This is 14Z, which is 10 a.m. in the 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Shows you at 17Z, actually at 18Z, which is actually 2 o'clock in the afternoon. You can see a bunch of scattered showers form, these discrete cells. You know, just push on through, and then they kind of just turn linear and turn into this giant wind risk. So, there's that much for that. And then on Wednesday, there's actually a little marginal risk for the Mid-Atlantic all the way down to the Carolinas. Could see something, maybe a slight, but honestly nothing really too much. Everywhere else is kind of just dead when it comes to severe weather. If we actually take a look at the national scale for that day, we'll use the NAM 3K for that. Nothing really too much. You can see the boundary actually forms on Wednesday, but it's just a bunch of popcorn cells. Maybe you can see a marginal in Ohio again. you could possibly see that, but nothing really too much in all honesty. And then Thursday evening, you could see possibly some more cells down around the Carolinas. You could. And then Friday, you could see something. Actually, there's not a lot happening Friday. Friday might be like a dead day. Like, not a lot of severe weather happens on Friday. So, we might be getting a little bit of break for severe weather until later, probably early next week. That's when you can start seeing some more severe weather kick up and around those areas. But other than that, that's going to be pretty much it for me, guys. My name is Nate. I also go by Hockey Boy and Nate. Couple things I do want to mention before we actually officially end. If you're new to the channel, please be sure to subscribe. It helps me a long way. Ringing the bell if you do enjoy this content and you want to see me live in action. I do a whole lot better in the heat of the moment. Give as much information as I can. Probably more than other people. A lot more than other people, in my honest opinion. But you know what? It is what it is. Like the video helps me out with YouTube's algorithm. Sharing it with other friends and family is always pretty nice as well. And leave a comment down below if you have a question. If you're looking at this after the fact, and even after the stream ends, you can even leave a comment down below. And yeah, go join my Discord server. Description down below, Storm Central. We have 324 members. 324. That is a lot. A lot of people. So, yeah. We got a lot of people here, and we all basically act the same way. Talk about weather, but we also mess around too. So, that's going to be it for me, guys. My name is Nate. I also go by Hockey Boy and Nate. That's Morgan. He also goes by Royal NYR. What's his face? And
54. That's
And-
gonna be the new joke. I'm gonna say that on the intro to my live stream.
yeah, and that we'll see you guys tomorrow. So peace, people. Ding,
Hey.
ding.